Hello friends, and welcome back to another early bird special of True Crime Metrix. Tonight we're having a further look at Collin Griffith, the crazy kid, the crazy dead-eyed kid that killed his mother and claimed self-defense a year after killing his father and claiming self-defense. At the moment he's off scot-free with two murders. He's won in court in trial. The jury came back. Unanimous. Oh, what do you mean no sound? There should be sound. I can see the sound. Let me double check the sound. Do we have sound? My little sound meter, it goes up and down. Let me see. There is sound. What are you talking about, Spacey? Smash the like button on your way in. Good idea, Amy. Thank you so much. There is sound. There's plenty of sound. There's sound to go around. Yeah, so I took the liberty of improving the audio on day 2 testimony. We've got day 1 and 2. Full, no commentary, segmented, chaptered witnesses from the trial up on our channel page. We'll be getting the rest up tomorrow. Okay, so what have we got? Where's the first one? Where's the first witness? Day 2. Witness. Let's go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Alan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sergeant Michael Schneider, Schneider. I'm currently employed with the Florida Southwestern State College in Fort Myers.
And tell the jury a little bit about what that entails.
I am basically responsible for the security of the college, managing my crew, and a lot of it is community policing as well.
And how many fellow officers?
This, Addie Zenoni, welcome, Addie. This happened in Polk County, Florida, which is pretty much between Tampa and Orlando, so central South Florida.
Do you supervise?
Currently, I have a crew of 14.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I went to the academy. Backing up, I have an associate's degree in AS. I went to the academy in 2010, worked for the Fort Myers Police Department from 2011 to January 22. I left there, basically retired due to age, took a small hiatus, and then I started out with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and I left there in November.
I retired due to age. Yeah, you don't look that old, man. You could be on the job another 10 years. I wouldn't bat an eye.
Year, and I've been at the FSW Police Department since December of 23.
Approximately how many years in law enforcement do you have?
It was about 14 now.
And you mentioned your degree, and you said some initials. What does that stand for?
An associate science degree. It's in the automotive field. I used to be an.
So there's Polk County right in the middle, that blue one. You got Hillsborough, Orange. Yeah. Man, who would want to live in the middle of Florida? It's bad enough if you're on the edges. But in the middle? In the southern middle? It's got to be rough. Especially in the summer.
Auto mechanic long time ago.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Schneider. So the time frame I want to ask you about is very specific, going back to the year 2023 in September of 2023. At that time, were you employed by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position at that time?
I was working as deputy in road patrol.
Now, when you're a deputy on road patrol, does that mean you can see anything and everything and respond to countless different types of situations?
Yes, you you listen to the radio and see what's going on. If there's another one of your fellow deputies has a call that you might need help, and we also have a screen on the laptop that shows what calls are basically in service currently and which ones are holding.
And is Port Charlotte, is that in Charlotte County as well?
Yes, it's on the north side of the Peace River.
Man, this prosecutor, I know that we've been making fun of the prosecutor for his posture, but I've been through quite a bit more of the trial footage, and I have growing causes for concern. I mean, it's a bit late for that, right? But I wrote down a couple of direct quotes from this guy. I gotta find one for you. Where did I write that down? Yeah, he says things like this. And, Deputy, was he eventually taken to wherever you took him? Just think about that for a moment, okay? And was he eventually taken to wherever you took him? There's another one here. It says, and Captain Parker, was the stab wound you saw consistent with the victim being stabbed by somebody? These are actual quoted questions, verbatim, things that he's asked the witnesses on the stand. And there's this one moment that we'll show in day 2 as we move through, where the defense counsel and the prosecution are arguing something to the judge. And the defense put up a really good argument, cover all bases. They're very confident. They're presenting the golden bullet, and the prosecutor hasn't said anything for a few minutes. And then he comes up, and my God, it's just the biggest mess of an argument. I'm amazed that the judge let him go on for so long, because he was just embarrassing himself. I think he should be taken off the job after this trial. Back to the copy room. Back to the copy room. You know, it's really bad. But we'll get to it. It's in day 2, so that's the day that we're on today.
All right. I want to direct your attention to approximately 6:30 p.m. Were you dispatched to a certain location in Punta Gorda, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
It is called CSU. It's the Crisis Stabilization Unit of Charlotte Behavioral Center.
And what happens there?
This is usually where we bring critical Baker Acts.
Now, in this particular case, how was it that you responded to that location?
I was dispatched there. The call notes had said that I need to be there for a release of a potentially violent patient.
And did that end up being the defendant, Collin Griffith?
Oh, yes, it did.
Did you see the defendant back on the evening of September 19th of 2023?
I did.
Describe to the jury, when you pull up to the facility, where do you go? Do you stay in your car? Do you go inside? To tell them the process.
No, you don't go inside. You basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry doors are on the right, double doors. And when I got there, there was nobody there yet.
What is the purpose of you being there?
Basically providing a security escort. Somebody had a concern. I forgot who the initial complainant was on the call, but they had a concern that the patient that is to be released might has violent tendencies or might act out.
And if the release goes like smoothly and according to plan,
it's going to be a fun call, huh? I mean, I guess he gets these calls all the time in his job, but man, I'm glad that's not my job. You know, you get a call. Yeah, we've got a release. Violent offender. Tendency for violence and might act out. It's like your last call of the day. You just want to go home and, you know, play a bit of Pictionary. with the wife, Pictionary evening with the wife. One more violent offender call to deal with.
What should have happened that evening? Like, when the defendant comes out, what's he supposed to do, or where's he supposed to go?
Basically, when he's released, or any patient gets released from the facility, to go with whoever picks him up and leaves.
Now, did that happen in this case?
No, they did not.
Describe to the jury when you first saw the defendant. What happened?
So I was standing there, standing by my car on the left-hand side, and you can see into the facility, and people were starting to walk out. And when the doors opened, the young man came straight up to me and approached me and said I needed to be Baker acted.
Were you surprised to hear that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so what? He's being released from a Baker Act, and the first thing he says to the officer that's escorting him off the premises is, I need to be Baker acted. Doesn't that sound like some sort of ultimate pastry chef? We need to Baker act these pies. Are these pies? Have they been Baker acted? Yes. It's just, does anyone not know? Baker act. To be Baker acted is to be taken. Oh, thank you so much, Amy. Limbo litigator lattes. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, that's nice. Baker acted is to be taken into custody and assessed for mental conditions, or I'm sure there's a better way to put it than that, but it's like being arrested, but for your mental health and the safety of others, potentially. So this is obviously a previous incident where Collin has been Baker acted, taken into custody, assessed, and then released, and this guy is escorting him out because he might be violent. And the first thing he says to him is, I need to be Baker acted. Again. They just released me, but take me back in.
Because that is usually people want to leave.
Now, how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
He was focused. He had a goal, for sure. He was somebody on a mission. He looked at me and said, I need to be Baker acted.
I can't wait to have a collaboration with the defense rests and just find out what's going on there. I don't want to do it until we've moved through all of the evidence, all of the court, so I've got every bit of information.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And take it you had your marked uniform on?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him why he said that?
Yes, I did, because it's unusual. He said, I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill myself and he said his mother.
What did he say about his mother?
He said he was going to either kill himself or his mother. He didn't name her by name, but he said it's either his mom or his mother.
When the defendant said he was either going to kill himself or his mom, were you surprised?
Yes, definitely.
Well, did you ask him any questions or respond in any way?
Usually when people do that, they have some sort of motive, and so I asked him, so how are you going to do that? And he stated, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. He named numerous methods, but unfortunately I didn't write them down, and so I don't recollect that, but there were several ways he was going to do that, and it was significant what he said.
Now, when he named the different manners in which he could kill his mom, was it like direct things that he could do to kill her? Kill a person?
Yes, I don't remember quite exactly specifically what it was, but each one of those methods that he mentioned but definitely led to death for sure.
After he said these things, what did you do?
We stood by the door with him, just kind of keeping an eye on him while other people were conferring what to do with him. I believe Deputy Welch was with me. They're from the Irish team. And I believe that she took over the secondary Baker Act, because this is definitely a liability at this point. So,
At that point, when the defendant says the direct things that he's going to do, is he a danger to himself and to his mom and perhaps anyone else he wants to kill?
yes.
You mentioned Deputy Welch. Is that Deputy Kerry Welch, also with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the term, the Irish team.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
They are called for critical care or anybody who's a mental crisis. They're specially trained. I don't know exactly what the Irish stands for anymore.
And was the defendant insistent that he needed to be Baker acted because he would hurt himself or his mom or kill himself or his mom?
Yeah, he did not want to go. He basically stated that so he wouldn't have to leave.
So after you were concerned about his own safety and his mom's safety, what was the end result with what happened to the defendant?
He was readmitted to the facility as a Baker Act.
Did that conclude your involvement with the defendant that evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Schneider, I don't have any further questions.
Sergeant Schneider, you weren't involved in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being there?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you aware that Collin had been trying not to get released from that facility under his Baker Act before you were alerted and told to go there?
No, not until he told me.
Okay. And
thank you, Neverly Darling, for the super chat for our goal at the top of the page to do a collaboration, guys, with the channel The Defense Rests, who is strongly of the opinion that Collin was innocent, that he acted in self-defense twice, and that the jury got it right. That's the only person on the planet that I've heard have that opinion. So I think it would be an interesting debate, seeing as that we are polar opposites of the spectrum. Yeah. Goal at the top of the chat. Help us out with the super chat, and that'll be great. Thank you.
are you aware that his mother had done everything she could to get him released from that Baker Act?
No, I did not have any background information at that point. All I knew was potentially violent.
Are you aware now that his mother did everything she could to get him out of the Baker Act facility leading up to your interactions with Collin on September 19th, 2023?
I did not follow any of that, ma'am.
And are you aware that the staff at Charlotte Behavioral Health was insisting on releasing him to his mother on September 19th, 2023?
That I do not recall. I know his grandmother was there to get him.
And you don't know what Collin had said to any of the people who were trying to make him go home before you got there, correct?
No, ma'am.
And basically Collin told you, I would rather go back into this facility than be sent home.
He didn't specifically say that. He said he wanted to be Baker acted. He
Did not want to go home.
Apparently, yes.
Did he ever tell you he didn't feel safe at home?
I don't recall that.
He might have said that, but you didn't write it down, or you don't remember?
I don't know. What I remember is on the short notes.
Did you make those short notes?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's entirely possible Collin told you that I'm afraid my mom will do something to me and I will kill her.
I probably would have remembered that.
But you're not sure?
No, ma'am.
And you have no idea if he had said that 1, 10, 1,000 times in the hours leading up to your interactions with him?
No, I wasn't there with him. I only had a short interaction during the time.
But you said he was focused on getting readmitted to the Baker Act facility.
That's what the end goal appeared to be.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
He is
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Look at our fantastic playlist.
Good morning.
Oh, look,
morning, Your Honor.
all split up with improved audio.
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. May you
Plays
please introduce
one witness
yourself
to the
to the
other.
jury.
Yes, sir.
I think we should do that with all of our favourite trials at True Crime Metrix. Will become the #1 resource for cleaned up audio, playlisted trial footage. Nice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deputy Sharp. I work in the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Your first name, sir?
Alexander, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, military experience, and law enforcement experience.
Sir. Okay. So, education. I went to technical college for automotive. I graduated high school from the academy in Charlotte County.
Right, that mustache is glued on, right? If he didn't have that mustache, he would look 14 years old. And maybe he is. Maybe to pass himself off as a cop. There's a large amount of wig glue on his upper lip.
I have spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. I've also spent 3 years in the Fort Army National Guard as an infantryman as well. And I've worked for the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County for about 2.5 years.
Now, at the
Yeah, Amy, didn't I see this guy somewhere down on the yellow brick road? Yeah.
Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County, what's your position?
He was with a little black dog called Toto. Wow, that's funny, isn't it? That connects back to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
What are your responsibilities?
So, I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to
I was with Toto on the yellow brick road, and he told me everything.
District 1. Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded
Oh, I totally missed that.
Your position and what are your responsibilities?
So I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to District 1. Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
You are going to be so proud if you've got District 1, haven't you? Can you imagine him looking down on the other deputies, you know? What district? 2. Okay, good. Yeah, I've heard of that. You know, I spend most of my time in 1, you know, because I run District 1. But you know, I've heard 2 has good qualities as well. Cozy number 2, cozy District 2.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded to a call for domestic violence between a mother.
Yeah, right. The fucking limbo champion better watch out, because this guy doesn't even need to bend over for the first half of the championship. You know? He's definitely got an advantage by nature.
Mother and her son.
Do you recall the general neighborhood? Was it single-family houses?
Yes, sir. It was a neighborhood of single-family houses in a residential zone of Port Charlotte.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
Well, when I first arrived, they made contact with the supervisor deputy, Corporal Moore, who had gotten on scene prior to myself, and the deputy who was my trainer at the time. During the time that this happened, I was still in PTO.
Yeah, Daddy says his shoulders are 6 inches from the top of the chair. I know. Don't they have courtroom booster seats, like a little chair that you put on top of that chair so he can sit like the same height as a normal person. Oh my god! You take this guy to a restaurant and they bring over one of those high chairs and a menu that he can colour in.
Training as a deputy.
And who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy First Class Janowski.
And you mentioned Corporal Moore. Is that Corporal Joella Moore?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was she aware of the defendant and his mom?
In what regard, sir?
Like, did she give, without telling us anything she might have said, did she give you any background of the family dynamics or the parties?
No, sir. I was just aware that this was a domestic incident between a mother and her son. There was no other context given.
So you had no prior opinions about any of the parties involved, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I had never met either one of them before, nor did I know anything about them or their any other history.
What did you do next, Deputy?
The next thing that I did is I went to go and make contact, I believe, with the individual.
The next thing I did was to go and make contact with the waitress and order the fish fingers, chips and beans. Oh.
And his mother to try and start gathering information, and his grandmother who was there as well.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like?
I would say calm and collected.
And when you made contact with him, were you inside the house or outside the house?
I believe I was outside the house when I made contact with him, as he had left the residence initially when we had gotten there, and then ended up coming back.
If you just close your mind, close your eyes and imagine whenever he says he, that he's talking about the Wizard of Oz. It's quite interesting.
Now, did you have an opportunity to talk to him?
The defendant?
Correct.
Yes, I did speak with him.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to his mom, Cathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
And what was her demeanor like?
She seemed nervous, quiet, scared. From what I could tell, just her whole demeanor, she was still kind of just processing what was...
Now he's talking about Dorothy, right? Just close your eyes and imagine when he says she, he's talking about Dorothy.
Yes, I did speak with him.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to his mom, Cathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
And what was her demeanor like?
She seemed nervous, quiet, scared. From what I could tell, just her whole demeanor, she was still kind of just processing what was going on, definitely seemed teary-eyed, if you will.
When you say scared, did she appear to be scared of you or scared of what her son had just done to her?
She was scared of the Scarecrow and the Tin Man.
She appeared to be scared of her son, as she had some injuries that were documented and photographed.
And what were those injuries that she suffered from her son?
She's had some redness and what appears to be the beginning of bruising and swelling on her stomach and abdomen area, as she had stated.
Well, her house was picked up by a tornado. You're going to get a little banged up, right?
That he had kneed her in the stomach, and then she also had a small scrape with some dirt on it on her hand, as she said that he had taken his foot and kicked or stomped her hand.
Did she tell you why he did that to his own mom?
So, speaking with both the mother and the son, what we were able to gather was that she had told him that she was unhappy with his behavior at the time as a juvenile and was going to do some new parenting and wanted to take away his Xbox gaming system and his cell phone. And at the time, he did not like those consequences, so he grabbed his mom and threw her on the ground after kneeing her and then stepping on her hand when she went to get her cell phone.
You know, even without the murder, just this incident alone is a huge, huge red flag. His mother, and what is he? He's 16 at this time. his mother is saying, "Oh, you're pissing me off, and I'm taking away your Xbox." And his response to that is to grab her by the arm, slam her to the floor, stomp on her hand. I mean, and he's managed to convince people of justifications of these actions. It's scary. Running over to the cops. Okay, who's who? Who says that? Who comes running over to the cops like you're running things and says, okay, who's who? Crazy.
Now, was there another lady there, the grandmother of the defendant and the mother of the victim?
Yes, sir. So the defendant's grandmother and the victim's mother was also present at the house as they were eating dinner together that night.
So they were having a family evening, the grandma, her daughter, and the victim's son, correct?
Correct. Those three individuals were the three people in the home that night.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to?
I wonder if we could find the, you know, when the sheriff's office, whichever one it is, do like the big group photo with all the deputies lined up in their hats in rows, you know, because we've seen at least three of them now already that look incredibly young, apart from this guy's fake mustache. I mean, take that mustache away, put a Boy Scouts of America hat on his head, if you can find one that would fit. And and we've got ourselves a 12-year-old boy.
The grandma as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did her statement corroborate what her daughter was saying?
Yes, the grandmother's statement that she provided to myself and Deputy Janowski was consistent with the statement given by the mother and the victim. Basically, they stated the exact same thing, that they were having dinner, and she told him that she was going to take some things away for disciplinary reasons, and pretty much gave the exact course of events the same.
Now, did you see any marks or bruises or injuries on the defendant?
On the defendant, we did not see any marks, injuries, or bruising on him at all.
Now, did EMS respond, or something like EMS, whether it was the fire department or EMS, respond to treat the mother?
Honestly, sir, I do not recall.
What happened? How was that case resolved that night? Who got arrested?
That night, Collin was placed under arrest for domestic violence against his mother for battery by strike.
And was he transported to the proper location and thereafter?
Yes, sir, he was transported to the Charlotte County Jail afterwards.
Was the mom or the grandmother arrested for anything?
No, the mother and the grandmother were not arrested.
Now, in addition to you and Deputy Janowski, you mentioned Corporal Moore. Were there any additional law enforcement there you can recall?
I cannot recall.
Is it a fair statement that the three of you were doing multiple, multiple things, and were each doing your own part of the investigation, and not necessarily all three of you together at the same time?
Correct. We were all doing different things together. I was going and getting paperwork at different times to provide the victim, such as Marcy's Law paperwork, as well as victims' rights forms and things like that, while other deputies were doing other tasks on the scene at the same time.
Now, when you went to get that paperwork, you mentioned victims' rights and Marcy's Law. Did you or one of your fellow deputies provide that to the victim, Cathy Griffith?
Yes, sir. Yes,
what does that mean? What type of paperwork is that when you say Marcy's Law and victim rights pamphlet?
So Marcy's Law is paperwork that advises victims of what their rights are in the state of Florida as a victim, so that way that they know that they have the right to go to different types of trials and hearings, and then different paperwork to let them know if they want to know when the person that was arrested for battering them or whatever crime may be is released from the jail and things of that nature.
Without, okay. And then whether it's you or Deputy Janowski or someone else, is that explained to the victim, Cathy Griffith,
Thank you, Spacey Dove, for the super chat. Much appreciated, Spacey.
and certain questions asked and answers given?
Yes, sir.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. When the victim, Miss Cathy, was sitting on the couch, how would you describe her demeanor?
I remember that I had asked her if I could get her an ice pack or anything like that, as she said that, the injuries that she had was sore, offered to help if I could. I was trying to be, as compassionate as I could be in that type of a situation. She just was very kind of closed off, if you will, and scared. She had advised me at one point that she no longer wanted Collin living with her or her mother, as she was honestly afraid of him.
Deputy Sharp, I have no further questions.
Cross?
Deputy Sharp.
Is anyone else losing sound? Spacey Dove is losing sound, but shouldn't be. We're all good here. Good signal. Good broadcast signal. Anyone else got a problem?
In your direct testimony, you made it sound like Collin fled the scene of what happened at his mother's house. But that's not really true, is it? He was the one who called 911.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
I don't recall exactly who the caller was. I know that I responded to the scene, though, ma'am.
Were you aware, are you aware now?
Thanks, Acapella. It looks like, the sound should be stable, Spacey. Hopefully it works out for you. Thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the super chat. And hello, Laura.
That Collin was actually on the phone with Corporal Rentis, one of your supervisors, when you arrived on scene?
Yes, he was on the phone with Corporal Rentis, and then also I recall that once he was placed into a patrol vehicle, he was also on the phone with Corporal Rentis as well, as they had had previous interactions.
Right. So Collin is reaching out to describe to a law enforcement officer what just happened.
I don't know what his conversation with Corporal Rentis was, ma'am.
Did you interview Collin?
When you say interview, do you mean did I get a sworn statement from him?
Did you just ask him about what happened?
I had briefly talked to him, yes, initially.
And he told you that his mom punched him before he threw her off of him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the other deputies who responded, it wasn't like you just went there, said, talk to you, talk to you, talk to you, everything matches, so we're arresting him. You were there for hours, right?
I don't recall exactly how long we were there, but it was not an in-and-out situation.
Right. And do you remember your supervisor on scene, Joella Moore, saying she never knows how to read Cathy Griffith?
I do not recall that statement.
But it's on body camera, right?
Okay.
Speaking of body camera footage, you had one on your person that night, correct?
Correct.
And it was running the whole time you were there?
Correct.
Have you reviewed it since?
Yeah, it was running the whole time, but it was only picking up people's knees.
You found out you were going to have to testify?
It was too low under people's voices to pick up any good sound. All we could hear was footsteps.
I reviewed it when I initially spoke with someone from the state's attorney's office.
Okay. So you interviewed Susan Detman, the grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you know that her statement did not exactly match what Cathy Griffith told you, right?
Their statements seem to coincide with each other and align.
That's what your opinion was, right?
That is basically what I wrote in my report, ma'am, yes.
Right. But what about what's on body camera footage?
That she had told me that they were having a conversation at the dinner table, and that Catherine told her son that she wanted to take away his Xbox and his cell phone so that she could only send and receive text messages and make phone calls. and that they had pretty much both decided that he wasn't going to go on their family vacation.
And then Susan also told you that as Cathy was reading him the riot act, that Collin stood up and said, "Let's do this."
Correct.
Right?
They both told me that.
Okay. But then
Let's
Susan
do this.
says she didn't see what happened.
This fucking kid. Ah, it would have just been so satisfying to when he stands up at the dinner table and says, "Let's do this." Just a bigger man, grabs him by the throat and slams him down onto the table. You know, just... Oh, God.
Next, because she was going for her phone to call Corporal Rentis herself, right?
So Susan had pretty much told me that once he stood up and said, "Let's do this," that she stepped away to go and get her phone. And by the time she came back, they were on the floor. And the only thing that I have between that time period is both what Collin had told me he advised happened, and then also what his mother had said.
Right, and Collin told you that his mother punched him in the face.
Correct. Collin had told me his mother had punched him in the face, but when we were on scene, I did not see any bruisings, marking, or swelling, or any indication that he had been struck in the face by any object.
It is possible to get punched and not have redness, swelling, bruising, correct?
I guess anything's possible, ma'am.
Right, you're not a doctor.
I am not, no.
So Susan did not tell you the same thing that Cathy did, because Cathy said, "I never touched him. He's just being a brat because I took away his stuff." Right?
Correct. The grandmother and mother had both pretty much told me... I'm sorry, ma'am, can you please rephrase the question?
My main point is that you made it sound like Cathy and Susan completely agreed on what happened, which would indicate to the jury that Susan supported what Cathy said about her not punching Collin. But Susan didn't tell you that, right?
Correct. Susan had told me that they initially got into an argument, and their statements were the same up until Collin got up and said, "Let's do this." At that point in time, the grandmother advised she was not present and did not see what happened.
Acapella, we haven't covered Lacey Zenoni. That's almost as good as Addie Zenone. What about if we did it like that? Addie Zenoniani. That's pretty cool too.
Happened from the time frame that he got up and said, "Let's do
Yeah, we
this."
haven't covered that, Acapella. Not yet, anyway. Acapella says, anyone who hasn't watched TCM's video featuring the testimony of Lacey Zenoniani. Well, we uploaded the raw version without commentary, but the audio improved on our playlist. When's that coming up? We've got that. Okay, next is Kerry Welch, and then we've got Lacey Zenoniani. Is that really good, is it? Okay.
This until she came back and they were already both on the floor.
Both on the floor. Now, Collin was quite forthcoming with you, right? When you talked to him, your interaction?
So I had talked to him initially, briefly, and then when I went to go and get a sworn statement from him, he advised that he wanted to speak
I'm
to
going
me.
to stop you right there. He was talking on the phone to Corporal Rentis the whole time he was sitting in the car, correct?
Correct. He was sitting in the back of the car.
And any time an officer walked up to him, they could capture his face and his voice and whatever he was saying on camera, right?
We had our body cameras on.
Right, so that's a yes?
Yes.
So Collin says his mom punched him and he defended himself by kneeing her and throwing her to the ground, right?
That is what he had stated, yes.
And that's on body cam.
Yes.
Okay, and then Cathy says, "I never punched him."
Correct.
Right? And Susan says, "I don't know what happened. She may have punched him because I wasn't there when that happened."
Correct.
Okay. You all chose to believe Cathy over Collin, correct?
Based on the evidence that we had seen to coincide with the two different stories and with what the grandmother had told us from the different points in time that she was there, it appeared that the mother and the grandmother had similar stories, or from what time periods they were both there together, that matched, and like I said, based on the physical evidence of injuries that the mother had and the son's lack thereof, that was where the evidence led us to go.
So, your body cam would also show the alleged injuries to Cathy, right?
Yes.
And when you're, I know you were still in training, but I am sure you have learned, if not before then, that when there's a domestic incident and allegations from both sides about what may have happened, knowing the family history is important, correct?
The family dynamics between mother and son? Yes.
And maybe prior acts of violence on either side? Is that important to know too?
Towards each other?
Yeah, or towards anybody.
So once we had placed Collin under arrest, we did check to see if he had any previous arrests for domestic violence or battery, and we did not find anything.
Right, but you found some for Cathy, right?
For domestic violence?
Mm-hmm.
As the victim, I did not go into her background and check to see her criminal history, as she was a victim in this case.
So you weren't aware that she has been arrested for domestic violence battery on another family member before?
No, I am not.
Would that have made a difference to you in how you approached this case?
No, ma'am, it would not.
And are you aware that...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to anything further about subject matter like that. That's irrelevant to what he was doing.
So are you aware that Cathy Griffith had been arrested before for stabbing her then husband?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that she was also alleged to have burned him with a terrarium heat lamp in that same incident?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that Cathy Griffith was on videotape shown to law enforcement and a DCF investigator driving her car and pinning her then husband to the house between the car and the house in front of her children?
I am not aware of that, no.
Yeah, but what did he do? You know, if we're going to look at the evidence.
So you're not aware that the incident where she stabbed her then husband and burned him with a lamp was also in front of her children?
No, I'm not. As I had said earlier, I have no previous interaction with either one of those individuals or knowledge about their previous history.
Are you aware that Cathy Griffith had threatened to kill multiple members of her then ex-husband's girlfriend?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that she was actually contacted by law enforcement on her way to their home in Homestead?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware that she was on an audio recording saying she was going to kill all three of them?
I'm not aware of that, no.
With her gun?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that she has pulled a gun and threatened Collin in the past?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
And that happened in Charlotte County just 2 months before this?
I'm not aware of that incident, nor did I have any involvement in that case.
And are you aware that Cathy Griffith had pulled a gun and threatened to kill her mother's husband?
No, I'm not.
Would any of those prior instances, if you had known of them at the time, would they have made a difference in how you treated this case?
So I would personally say no, they would not have made a difference to me because I would have gone into this case as it is a separate incident from things that happened previously. And in this case, you have to treat in different cases or any case, you have to treat different. You can't take other instances into account into how you look into cases.
Collin was taken to jail that night, you said, right?
Yes.
And you claimed that, or you said that Cathy claimed she was afraid of him.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that the very next morning she insisted on taking him home with her, despite Collin saying, I'd rather stay in jail than go home with my mom because I'm afraid of what she'll do to me?
I was not on that call, nor was I aware that that call even came out.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
You know, I can imagine that this kid, all of this stuff, like, from the previous incidents, why do I keep saying it like that? Incidences. From the previous incidents, where he's like, oh, I don't want to go back. I'd rather be Baker acted because I'm afraid of what she might do to me. I'd go so far as to say that all of that was his long-range planning to back up his story for self-defense. You know, that he's been working, setting those incidents up so that he can have a trial where he says, when he does finally complete his goal to kill his mother, that he's got all that set up for the defense counsel to refer to. You see? Prior evidence of abuse history. He wanted to be Baker acted. He wanted to stay Baker acted. It was better to be Baker acted than to go home with her. There's no telling what she might do. He fears for his safety and that he might react. But he's also saying things to family members like, what was it? Quote, more than anything, I want to slit her throat and watch her bleed out and the life leave her body. And what do you think? Do you think he did like that commando move where you come up behind someone and you sort of take them in a headlock while at the same time stabbing the knife into the neck from behind? Just that quick. From what I know about the style of the wounds, that would be consistent with the mechanics involved.
Deputy, are you aware that victims of domestic violence often want their abuser back in their lives?
Yes, that happens often. Usually with domestic violence, obviously it's going to be a family member, whether it's a spouse, child, or something like that. And people do have personal relationships, so after the fact, typically people want to try and reconcile issues and fix things.
Does that sometimes end up very badly for the victim being abused further?
It can, especially when it is situations where it's parents and children or husbands and wives. You'll see situations where you'll have multiple issues of domestic violence, but because it's a family member and someone that they love, it continues to happen and they stay with that person.
Does it also, unfortunately, end in family members murdering each other?
It can end in violence in that nature.
Now, the defense attorney was asking you a lot of the questions. Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Do you know if all or any of the information she was asking about is true or accurate, or what source it's from?
I have no idea of anything that she was asking me because I've had no other involvement with Collin or his mother. And as I had said, I treat that case as its own individual case, as it has no reference to other cases or instances that we've dealt with.
Now, the defense attorney was inquiring about you a lot about when she talked about Susan Detman, the grandmother, about the content of her statement. Mm-hmm. Is it accurate that Susan told you that her daughter was telling Collin that...
What's the movie with Richard Gere and Edward Norton where Richard Gere is the attorney and Edward Norton is that nut job who lost time?
That she would be implementing new parenting rules.
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And the grandma told you that Collin would be having his Xbox gaming system and cell phone and other items taken away as a disciplinary action due to his behavior.
Yes, that is an accurate statement.
And these are things that Susan said the mother was saying to her son, correct?
Correct. These are things that the grandmother and both the mother had told me in their statements, that she was going to take items away due to his behavior for parenting.
And they were so fed up with the
primal fear. Is that it? Okay.
Defendant that they told him that the Thanksgiving cruise vacation he would no longer be going on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, according to the grandmother...
And that's it, give me your Xbox, and I'm cancelling the cruise. So, as soon as Collin heard that, his wrestler training kicked in and took over, and he immediately grabbed her by the throat and body slammed her onto the dining room table. Reasonable. You know, when you're a wrestler, it doesn't take much, right?
And Miss Cathy, the defendant's response was, Collin stood up and said, "Let's just do it."
Correct.
So did you take that to mean he was challenging his mom to a physical fight?
From both the statements that the grandmother and the mother had told me, yes, it sounded like he stood up and basically tried to show body language and intimidate his mother and say, okay, if you're going to try and take away my Xbox and my cell phone, then he wanted to have a physical interaction.
So because the mom was trying to discipline him...
Yeah, but Munchkin, you're not understanding. His wrestler training kicked in and took over. Give me your Xbox, and I'm cancelling the cruise. Any wrestler would do the same thing, the exact same thing.
Parent her child, the defendant physically did what to his own mom?
So at that point, from basically what the mother had told me, is that he had kneed her in the stomach and thrown her to the ground, and when she went to go and get her cell phone, he stomped on her hand.
Oh, absolutely right in shotgun. All the money from Domino's, that's his money, and he still expects to eat for free, have rent for free, no bills. You want me to weed whack the backyard? What's the point? They're just going to grow back. You want me to put up those shelves that have been sitting in the hallway for 3 months? I don't have time.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we're going to check out our playlist edits.
Good morning.
Look at that. How smooth is that? Straight on to the next witness. No waiting around. No sidebars. Well, actually, I don't think there really are any sidebars. Yeah, just fantastic playlist.
Good morning, Deputy Welch. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name?
Yep, I'm Deputy Carrie Welch, K-E-R-I-W-E-L-C-H.
And where do you work?
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
So I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 6 years. In that time, I do annual training with the Sheriff's Office, but I was also part of the mental health unit. So,
Right. Too busy on the Xbox. I only get 7 hours a day to play Xbox before I have to go to my shitty Domino's job. And you want me to spend that weed whacking in the backyard when they're just going to grow back? And putting up those useless shelves that we bought?
I did some crisis intervention training and extra training for de-escalation.
And she's like, you know, washing and ironing his Domino's uniform, having it all laid out. And he's just coming downstairs periodically and pointing at her and saying, "Make me a sandwich with the good bread, the Italian bread."
Things of that nature.
I want to direct your attention to the defendant in this case. Did you have an opportunity to come in contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith, around September 19th of 2023?
Yes.
Describe to the jury how that came about.
So I was called to our Charlotte Behavioral Center, which is our Center for Crisis and Addiction Services. I was called there for the defendant being released from the facility, and they didn't feel that he was ready to be released. He was saying that he didn't want to go home.
What happened next when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I spoke with the defendant, and he made several statements about wanting to harm his mother and grandmother if he were to go back into their custody.
And those several statements that he made about harming his mom and grandmother, what specifically did he say?
He specifically said that he had, or something along the lines of that he had done it before and that he would do it again, and said that he would either push them out of a car, stab them, or shoot them.
So the next witness is this Lacey Zenoni. Is that going to be good, a cappella? Is that what we're looking forward to here? Is that the good one, is it?
Were you concerned when he said this?
Absolutely.
As a result of that, what did you do?
I placed him under a Baker Act for protective custody and sent him back to the facility.
And tell the jury a little bit about what does that mean, that you placed him under a Baker Act?
So Baker Act is for anyone that has mental illness or mental instability, someone that can cause harm to themselves or others.
Now, when the defendant mentioned those 3 different ways in which he could kill his grandma and or mom, and he said he's done it before, what was he referring to that he had done what before?
Yeah.
Do you need clarification?
Yes.
All right. Would you both approach, please?
Nope, sidebar. Just when we said there were no sidebars. But I like leaving the sidebars in. Unless they're really long, like Jodi Arias sidebars. Fucking hell. Some of those were like 15 minutes. See, this cop's from Charlotte County, not Polk County. Polk County is where all the kids are sheriffs, deputies. This is just like a normal career cop. Kerry B says, I'm still floored by this jury. So they didn't like the mom. Okay, it's not a popularity contest. It's a fucking murder trial. And this little psycho stabbed her in the neck. What's confusing? Yeah, well, they wait until we get to the grandmother's testimony. I mean, that's what sold it to the jury. And, you know,
Mr. Levine, rephrase your question.
Thank you. Deputy Welch, when you said that the defendant said he had done it again, he had done it before and could do it again, was he specifically referring to he had killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam?
Good morning.
Back on September 19th, when you came into contact with Collin Griffith, that was at Charlotte Behavioral Health Center?
Yes.
And were you aware he had been in that facility under a Baker Act hold for several days leading up to your encounter with him?
I don't know how long, but he was in the facility prior, yes.
And are you aware of what caused him to be placed in that facility initially?
No.
Collin told you multiple times that he didn't feel safe going home, correct?
Correct.
And when he said, I don't feel safe at home, you all kept saying, well, if you don't give me something specific, you're going to go home. I mean, he wanted to stay in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes, he didn't feel safe. Correct.
And Sergeant Schneider was there with you?
No.
At some point? No? This is separate from Sergeant Schneider? What time, if you know, was Collin supposed to be released from the Baker Act facility to go home with his mom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you responded to the facility hours after his release was supposed to happen?
I don't recall.
Do you remember going there at one point, finding that he didn't meet criteria to be re-Baker Acted, and then having to go back at another point?
No.
No? Okay.
hi Leslie, good to see you again.
There's some times on your reports that indicates you responded at both 6 and at midnight. Did I misread that?
Yeah, I don't recall going twice, just once.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do not.
Is it possible you went more than once?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So Collin is saying, I want to stay here, I don't want to go home, I don't feel safe at home, I don't feel safe at home, I don't feel safe at home, because he said it multiple times, right?
Correct.
And y'all kept saying, you got to go home, you got to go.
That's another thing he does in these moments when he's on body cam. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. It's either stuttering or insane repetition, right? Those are his things that he does for the cops. Sly motherfucker.
Go home because you didn't think he met the criteria to be re-Baker acted, right?
Correct.
And then finally he said the magic words that got him re-Baker acted, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, once he said, I'm afraid I'll hurt or kill my mom or my grandma, you guys immediately put him back in the facility, right?
Absolutely, it's a homicidal statement.
Right, and that appeared to be his goal the whole time, was to get put back in the facility rather than going home with mom or grandma.
I don't know what his intention was.
So the defense is saying, yeah, he only said that because it would be the only thing to get him Baker acted. Would be threatening the life, yeah? Oh, well, very clever. It's like Catch-22 with fucking, what's his name? What is his name? It's like psoriasis or something. What? Doesn't matter.
1 second. Thank you.
You redirect.
It's Yosarian. Yosarian.
Deputy Welch, is it a fair statement that the defendant, in reference to killing his mom or his grandma, said, I will kill my mom?
Yes,
So it wasn't dependent on anything, it was, I will kill my mom?
that's correct.
And when you asked him how that would happen, his response was throw them out of the car, shoot, or stab?
Yes.
And is that when he said that he killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Okay, this is Detective Lacey Zenoni.
Good morning.
I gotta say, I'm loving the playlist, guys. Fantastic True Crime Metrix playlist. Fucking hell. So much better than waiting around.
Detective, if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Lacey Zeniani, juvenile detective with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Could you spell your name for the record?
Zenioniani.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been employed in law enforcement for 5 years.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
My training and experience started on road patrol for my first 3 years, and I have...
That's pretty quick to make detective, isn't it? 5 years on the job and you're a detective?
currently been in this position for 2.
And the position you're in as a juvenile detective, what does that mean?
So my position focuses on juvenile intervention and working with the youth within our county. My unit focuses on working with juveniles who are at risk. I also monitor our juveniles who are on probation and try to lead them into a successful pathway, as well as working with our runaways and just any juvenile who is experiencing issues or trouble at home.
How did you come into contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith?
I came into contact with the defendant after the initial incident that occurred. It was forwarded to me for intervention purposes.
And what were your goals then when you got involved in the defendant's life?
Our goals were to implement intervention and work with the family to assist them with resources and guide them to a successful pathway.
Would you have interaction with not only the defendant but also his mom, Cathy Griffith?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant's grandmother, Susan Detman?
Yes.
And was that both in person and on the phone?
Yes.
Describe to the jury the accessibility part of your relationship to the mom and the defendant.
So I spoke with the mom and the defendant very often. My role was to be available to them, again, for resources, so we would sometimes speak daily, sometimes speak multiple times a day. Whenever they needed to call, I was there to answer and assist with whatever they needed.
On the day that Cathy Griffith died, did she contact you or try to contact you?
I had yes, prior to she contacted me via phone.
And was that a text message or a phone call, do you recall?
It would have been both.
And you responded to her at some point on that same day?
Yes.
Was she alive to answer that phone call?
Yes.
Or, did she answer that phone call?
Yes.
Towards the end of the day, did you ever call or text her and she didn't respond to you?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you give us kind of like a time frame, the general month and year to the general month and year of when you would have been in the defendant and his mom's life?
Roughly, we began intervention back in September of 23, and that would have ended September of 24, I believe.
Did the defendant ever make statements to you or in your presence that concern you about the violence he wanted to inflict upon his mom?
Yes.
And what do you remember him saying?
I don't recall specifics, but there were comments that if he returned home or back into the residence with his mom, that he wouldn't be able to control what had happened or that he would harm her.
When you say he wouldn't be able to control what would happen, do you mean how he would act?
Yes.
Did he say anything more than harm her? In terms of, did he say he would hurt her or kill her or anything specific?
There were comments that he would kill her.
And did he say to you or in your presence on more than one occasion that he would kill her?
Yes.
And did he make those statements that he would kill his mom on different dates?
Yes.
What type of time period do you think he made those statements in terms of how many days, weeks, or months of a time period did he repeatedly say he would kill his mom?
I don't know any specifics, but it was often that the comments were made.
It was the defendant made those statements often?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when he would make those statements, what would be your response?
We would just try to work through with him and mentor him about the opportunities that he had for his future and how to work through the situations at hand and the consequences that would result from those comments.
Did it appear that he would get angry when mom would try to take away his video games and cell phone and things of that nature?
Yes.
Was that a reoccurring source of discontent on the defendant's part?
Yes.
Now, besides providing help to Collin and attention to Collin Griffith, did you also provide that to his mom, Cathy Griffith?
Yes, we did.
Was she receptive to doing what you told her to do?
At the beginning, she would act like she was receptive, but would go against what was being discussed.
And would she basically give in to cater to the defendant's desires?
Yes.
Do you think she was being would give in too much and be too soft on him at times?
At times, yes.
Now, from those many months that you interacted with the family, was it clear to you that she loved Collin and wanted him to be around her?
Yes.
Did she understand the danger to her life having the defendant around her?
Yes.
Did she know that he had explicitly said he would kill her?
Yes, she made a comment to me that she was willing to accept her fate if that gave her more time with her son.
Meaning she was willing to die die at the hands of the defendant as long as she had more time to spend with him?
Yes.
Now, getting to know the family a little bit, did you become aware that there were also good times between the defendant and his mom?
Yes, the family frequently went on vacations, such as Disney cruises. They went on multiple cruises together and other family trips.
Oh.
Would they both tell you about going to the movies or having...
Yeah, but look, when we were showering him with gifts, he was cool. When we gave him 100% carte blanche and said, write down everything you want, and we'll give it to you. You want a Starbucks? Here, take my card. You want a new video game? Just tell us which one. You want to go on a cruise into Disney? No problem.
movie passes to be able to go to the movies together?
They thoroughly enjoyed going to the movies together.
Whatever flaws...
Yeah, I've been wondering if this whole thing is just a big Oedipal complex, right? Kill your father, fuck your mother. Like, he did kill his father, so criteria 1 is taken care of. But then what about when it came to fucking his mother? That it was just too weird. And he had to kill her. Because he couldn't deal with the other urges. They did seem to have this strange date type thing, right? The pictures of them together, it's not far off looking like a couple. Yeah, he looks a little young and she looks a little old, but you don't have to adjust it by much.
As Cathy might have had, was she trying to be a good mom?
I believe at the time she was doing her best, yes.
From your observations over that many-month period, did the defendant have respect for his mom and her rules?
No.
All right, Detective, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross.
What about cross? It's going to be a lengthy cross. Hi, Deb H. and Lotus.
Good morning.
Morning.
Detective Zenoni, you talked a little bit about your role in the juvenile division. It's sort of a special role in the sheriff's office, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you're doing your best to intervene to help families make it through a difficult adolescent period often.
Yes.
And the resources that you provide, which is your job, right, is for both parents and the kids.
Yes.
So it's not limited to just the kids or just the parents.
Well, it mainly focuses on the juvenile itself, but taking it an extra step further to make sure the parents have what they need to follow through thoroughly, yes.
And sometimes problems that children appear to have are related to their parents or how they were parented.
Yes.
Is that fair? Obviously, you got to know Cathy and Collin Griffith pretty well here over the year that you were involved. right?
Yes.
Sorry, you need to answer out loud so the court reporter
Yes.
can take it down. Did you also get to know Susan Detman?
Yes.
And as part of your job in getting to know the family and the dynamics, because that's important too, right?
Yes.
You came to learn quite a bit about everyone's background, right?
Yes.
Okay, especially Cathy.
Yes.
And did you actually seek out information about Cathy's past?
The defense is really good at taking a state's witness and bringing them to support their side. Instead of just taking them down, they actually go a step further and have them support the defense argument. Very good.
In your efforts to provide resources to both her and to Collin?
In the beginning, yes.
So you became aware of some prior involvement that Cathy had with DCF, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in most, if not all, of those prior DCF involvements, it involved Cathy being violent or aggressive towards other family members.
Yes.
And many of her actions that caused DCF to become involved were committed in front of her children.
Most of them that I recall, yes.
And in fact, her kids were taken away from her, or sheltered from her at times, correct?
I don't recall those specifics, but...
Would it surprise you?
No.
And you're also aware that Cathy had been arrested before?
Yes.
Specifically for an incident that involved her stabbing her then husband in front of 10-year-old Collin.
Yes.
And also,
Well, that's just like that's a regular Christmas morning for many families.
there were other instances where Cathy committed violence upon her then husband in front of the children.
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the car
Yeah, that was New Year's Day.
pinning incident, which I call
Yes.
it, where she drives her car and pins her then husband to the house with her car still running. He can't escape, right?
Yes.
And her older son, Christopher, had to go and yell and beat on the car and tried to get a baseball bat to break through the windows to finally get his mom to release her then husband from...
I don't recall those very specifics, but I do recall minor details of the report, yes.
What?
And you're also...
Gotta imagine that. So Cathy has driven her car into her husband's legs, penned him against something, and is just remaining on the throttle. The kid is banging on the car door, the 10-year-old child, looking for a baseball bat to break the window to stop his mom and get her foot off the gas. How long did that take?
aware that Cathy Griffith had... Well, let me say it this way. The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office responded a lot to Cathy's home. Is that fair?
Yes.
And one of those times involved... didn't actually happen at her home, but she had threatened to kill her then ex-husband's girlfriend's family. Are you aware of that?
I don't recall specifics on those details.
Okay, so you don't recall Charlotte County Sheriff's deputy contacting her and getting her, trying to convince her to turn around from going to Homestead to kill the 3 members of the family?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. What about...
Yeah, acapella. That was the big thing in the defense closing argument. Acapella says The defense develops the mom was suicidal and therefore intentionally put herself in a position in which she might likely be killed by her son angle from this witness. Yeah, and they go into they do a comparison in closing about, you've heard of suicide by cop. Well, how about suicide by son? Which, you know...
An incident when Cathy claimed...
They certainly didn't hold back, did they, the defense? Any means necessary.
Someone had committed a crime upon her and called law enforcement. Are you aware of any of those instances?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, you're aware that Cathy claimed that her then-husband's paramour had strangled Cathy, and that she had video proof of this woman strangling her.
I believe I recall something similar, but again, I don't recall specific details on those.
But the takeaway from all that is that Cathy called police claiming that she had been strangled by someone else, but the video proof she had was clear that it was Cathy strangling herself. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Would you say that Cathy, in your interactions with her, definitely wanted her things to go her way, or she was not going to have it?
Yes.
Okay, so sort of her way or the highway?
Yes.
It's also fair to say that she really, really, really wanted Collin to stay with her.
Yes.
She knew that Collin did not want to live with her, correct?
Yes.
She knew that he had said he didn't feel safe with her, right?
Yes.
And she still wanted him there at all costs.
Yes.
Even despite the things that you all told her he said.
Yes.
In your opinion, as somebody who provides intervention for families either in turmoil or distress, or if there's been an arrest, do you think it was a good idea for Collin and Cathy to live together?
We did everything we could as far as intervention purposes, working alongside of our mental health unit and with DCF, and that was the decision that was made.
Who made it?
DCF returned him back to his home. We had resources we could implement in the time being to help guide them. I can't speak on who made it specifically.
But your personal opinion?
I'm confident that we did everything we could. I don't know that I feel comfortable giving my personal opinion.
If it had been your decision, you would not have allowed them to live together, correct? Correct. For both of their safety?
Yes.
Including Collin's safety from what Cathy might do to him?
Both.
Yes. And sort of along that same vein, Cathy, in just the year that you knew her, was suicidal several times.
There were several suicide incidences, yes.
So when you say instances, it's not just her saying she's suicidal. She actually attempted suicide several times that you are personally aware of.
Yes.
So, overdosing on oxycodone, for example.
Yes.
Mixing it with alcohol.
Yes.
Are you aware of a time when she had a gun in her hand but had become so incoherent from the pills that she luckily didn't?
Yes.
She even posted things sometimes about wanting to kill herself. Are you aware of that?
I never had access and or viewed her social media accounts to answer that.
But safe to say that at times she really wanted to die.
Yes.
And went beyond just saying it, but actually tried to.
Yes.
On September 11th or 12th of 2023, so right when you first became involved with Collin and Cathy, did you speak with Collin about why you had gotten involved? About why the sheriff's office was, talking to them?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you?
I'm absolutely certain he'll kill again, Deb. I've never been more certain about anything. And I normally wouldn't say that kind of thing about a defendant. But it's so clear with this guy. He's going to be thinking about it straight away. He's going to be constantly looking out for an opportunity where he can kill someone and plant seeds for a worthy defense. That's his new challenge in life. He's just, this serial killer. Serial killer, for sure.
You that time that his mom had pulled a gun on him, right?
Yes.
And that she had pointed at him and threatened to shoot him?
Yes.
Or herself, or both?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he gave you a lot of details about what all she said to him.
He gave a lot of details to the initial responding deputies who took the report, who would have had everything. I followed up the next day for intervention purposes, not mainly focusing on that, but figuring out how we can help them moving forward.
And what he said happened is not unfathomable given Cathy's past, right?
No.
And you're aware that Cathy actually had a gun in her home at that time?
Based on the information of the initial call, it was assumed there was a gun in the home, but she denied it being in there. There was no way for us to prove if it was in the home or not.
But you found out later that there had been a gun in the home, right?
Several months later, yes.
Yeah. And so she lied to you about that?
Yes.
And she convinced everybody that she had never done such a thing, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that she actually admitted to her own mother that she had pulled a gun on Collin?
No.
When you first became involved with Collin and Cathy, Collin was in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes.
And Cathy was not being cooperative with the efforts that everybody was making to make sure that she was safe, that Collin was safe, that things were being done to make sure nothing bad happened to either one of them, right?
Yes.
So, for instance, she wouldn't sign medical release forms for people to be able to communicate about Collin's treatment if any was needed.
That's correct.
And when the Charlotte Behavioral Health Center wanted her permission to try some different medications with Collin, she refused, right?
Yes.
And at that point, he was only 16, right?
Yes.
So she had to make those decisions for him.
Yes.
And in fact, she was so desperate to have Collin back with her, despite everything that happened, that she hired a lawyer to get him released from Charlotte Behavioral Health, right?
Yes.
And that actually happened.
Yes.
But Collin kept saying, I don't feel safe going home. I'm afraid of what she might do to me and then what I'll do in response.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, look. He gives himself away. That was him setting this all up. Because he's even saying in that statement, it's not just, I'm afraid of what she'll do to me. He's saying, and what I'll do in response. That shows intent. He's setting this all up in advance. He's been planning this ever since he moved in. How can I kill my mother? I've got to spend time building a rapport and something that my defense counsel can later refer back to show that I was in danger.
And then another time, I think it was part of that same episode, Collin actually got placed into a place called Sandy Pines.
Yes.
And what do you know about Sandy Pines?
Sandy Pines is a residential facility on the other coast. Usually your local mental health facility will complete a packet. Our mental health team would be able to answer this a little bit better than I can. But they go through a formal process and send them away to this residential facility to obtain help.
Okay. And your understanding of it is that it's a 60 to 90 day program?
Yes.
And that's designed to get the maximum benefit from
Yes.
it, correct? As opposed to, say, Charlotte Behavioral Health and Baker Act, which is usually just a few days to get someone past
Yes.
whatever acute problem they're having.
Correct.
Cathy checked Collin out of Sandy Pines after 3 days, right?
It was very quickly, yes.
And against medical advice, right?
Yes.
And against your advice.
Against all of our advice, yes.
Everyone's advice.
Yes.
All right, so you're checking in regularly with the family on November 12th of 2023, so the night that Collin was arrested for battering his mom. Well, actually, this is the day before. I apologize. There might have been some contact between either you or Corporal Rentis, who is somebody you work with in the juvenile division,
Yes.
right? Okay. Corporal Rentis was also...
Deb H., this is a juvenile detective of Charlotte County that was involved in dealing with the mental health side of the situation following previous incidents between Collin and his mother.
So very involved with Collin and Cathy,
Yes.
right? In fact, I think you may have told me on another occasion that you had a really close relationship with Cathy in terms of you communicated more often with her, but Collin and Corporal Rentis would communicate most often.
Yes.
So Collin would reach out to Corporal Rentis more often than he reached out to you.
Yes.
But he did reach out to you sometimes.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought I heard something. So on November 12th, so the day before he got arrested, did you have any communication with either Cathy or Collin when he called Rentis and said, I don't feel safe at my home anymore. My mom kicked me out, but now she's calling me a runaway. I don't feel safe with her because she had a gun and she's threatened me before.
I don't recall specifics of our phone call because, again, we spoke almost daily, if not every other day, but they would reach out when things would escalate so that we could try to guide them through the process.
Okay, but that particular, you do remember an incident shortly before Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery where his mom kicked him out.
Yes.
And he said then when she started calling him a runaway, he didn't feel safe going back home because of the gun incident, and law enforcement got involved that day as well.
Yes.
And nobody checked for a gun that day either, right?
I can't speak for who was there.
Okay. But you are aware that Collin actually went with Susan that night.
Yes.
To her house in, I think
Yes.
to her Auburndale house.
Yes.
Okay. And was the recommendation at that point for Collin to stay with Susan for some length of time, or was it kind of up in the air?
He had a good relationship with his grandma, so she was a good divider between the two to keep them separated, so we were just trying to keep them separate for a couple days until things de-escalated.
Are you aware that Cathy demanded that Susan bring Collin home immediately the next day?
Yes.
On the 13th. Yeah. And were you involved in any of the discussions about that?
I recall speaking with Catherine and advising her to let them stay separate for a couple of days.
That she insisted that Collin
Yes.
be brought back to her home?
Yes.
Are you also aware that she punished Collin for not coming home quickly enough?
I don't recall specific punishment other than taking his gaming equipment away, if that's what you're referring to.
What about corporal punishment? Are you aware of any corporal punishment she inflicted on him?
No.
Really? So not a belt whipping incident?
I don't recall a belt whipping incident.
And speaking of that, if Cathy claimed to Susan, who witnessed the belt whipping, that when Susan said, hey, don't do that, and Cathy said, no, it's okay, Rentis told me I could do it, would that be something you would expect Corporal
That's not
Rentis
something
to...
Corporal Rentis would say.
It's not something
No.
he would say?
No.
Okay, so if Cathy said that to Susan, she would have been making it up.
Yes.
Then on the 13th, we know Collin is arrested for the domestic violence battery.
I don't even know if there's much pressure being put on the witness. I mean, it's all very civil.
And he said that his mom had punched him, and in response to that he kneed her and threw her off of him.
Yes.
Yep. And given Cathy's history, that's not, once again, unfathomable, is it?
No.
On the 14th of November, so the day that Collin got released from the jail, you're aware that he told jail personnel, I don't want to go home with my mom. Please don't make me go home with my mom. I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid of what she'll do to me and then what I'll do in response.
I wasn't there for that specific situation, so I can't really speak on their behalf.
Are you at least aware that it occurred?
Yeah.
And jail personnel made him go home with his mom.
At the time, again, I wasn't there, so I can't speak on that behalf of what happened there.
Well, Collin's at home with Mom when Charlotte County...
I think the defense counsel's stretching way beyond the, limits of cross-examination. Cross-examination's supposed to be confronting the questions that the state asked in direct. No, she's gone way off onto her own thing. And Limbo Champ hasn't even realized.
Sheriff's deputies have to respond to the home because the jail, I think, realized maybe that wasn't such a good idea to make him go home with Mom and asked them to go check. Were you a part of that?
No.
Going to check? Were you aware of it at any way?
Not at the time. Not at the exact time, no.
But you found out about it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that as soon as the sheriff's deputies get there, that Collin is doing standing marches right in front of Cathy, holding weights above his head.
I remember a comment being made about it, but again, I wasn't there during that specific time.
Did you ever speak with any of the deputies who responded to the house that day?
No.
No? Okay. At any rate, you're aware that Collin ended up being Baker acted again on the 14th because he said, I'm afraid of what my mom will do to me if she comes at me, if she abuses me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. I may hurt her. Okay. That same day, I know you're aware of this because you actually, I think, made the call. Cathy overdosed on medicine, right?
Yes.
Okay, so she ended up in a Baker Act facility on November 14th, 2023.
Yes.
Over the next few months, you're aware of the ups and downs between Cathy and Collin, right?
Yes.
And they went back and forth with who would be taking care of him, to the point where eventually Collin's lawyer, you know who Jeff Rapkin is, right?
Yes.
That was Collin's lawyer for the domestic violence battery.
Yes.
Actually, let me back up then. So on the domestic violence battery charge, it seems that Cathy was a little inconsistent in what she wanted to see happen with that charge. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So sometimes she wanted the book thrown at him, take him away, lock him up, whatever. But then other times she wanted the charges dropped completely.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't always predictable what she would want.
Correct.
more suicide attempts throughout the next few months on Cathy's behalf, right?
Mhm.
Yep, she got Baker acted several times, overdosed more than once.
More than once, yes.
Okay. So during this time, Mr. Ratkin is representing Collin in the domestic violence battery case, and eventually Collin gets put on probation. But that's not until several months later, right?
Yes.
Okay. But in the meantime, as Cathy's not sure what she wants to happen, you're aware that both Cathy and Susan signed an agreement to have concurrent custody of Collin, right?
Yes.
And that's called the 751 plan?
Yes.
So both people who are taking on the responsibility or the duty of caring for a child have to sign in front of a notary for that to happen, right?
Yes.
And they have to file the paperwork with the court system.
Yes.
And then eventually a judge either agrees with it and signs an order or says, no, I don't agree with the concurrent custody.
Yes.
In this particular case, you're aware that a judge did sign off on the concurrent custody agreement.
Yes.
So that meant that both...
Yeah, Limbo Champ works alone as a prosecutor. You know, if he works with co-counsel, it inevitably clashes with his training schedule. Just better to work alone.
Susan and Cathy at any time could be caring for Collin, and it would be legal.
Yes.
They could each make medical decisions for him at any time.
Yes.
And enroll him in school, things like
Yes.
that.
Don't you think this cop seems a bit too nice to be a detective? She's more like a caregiver, you know, that works with Asperger's kids.
And neither one needed the permission of the other to do any of those things.
Correct.
So DCF got involved again in February of 2024. You know what incident I'm talking about?
Can you specify?
Well, it's the time when they actually found a gun in the home, the gun that Cathy claimed wasn't there, and DCF got called out, and Cathy actually claimed that Collin had attacked her and battered her again. Does that incident sound familiar?
I don't recall very specifics. She may have told DCF that, or admitted to DCF at the time that she had a gun in the home, but I wasn't there, so I don't remember specifics.
Actually, I thought maybe you were there. Didn't you find a gun at her home one time?
After the fact, yes.
After what fact?
After working with him for a while, she admitted and willingly gave us the gun to hold into our evidence for everybody's safety.
And when was that?
I don't recall
Okay.
specifics.
But after she had told you that she didn't have a gun in the home, you
Yes.
went and actually retrieved one?
Yes.
Jill Jane, this detective her role seems to have been to follow up with the Baker Act and make sure that the appropriate care is being provided and so on.
Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea if she bought another gun or had another gun or...
No, I
Like
mean, I
from
can't
the
speak on what she did.
Okay.
Behind closed doors.
Families.
So I'm talking about the incident where Cathy claimed that Collin had battered her. She called law enforcement and tried to get him arrested.
Okay.
And the deputies looked at ring video from the home and determined that that did not happen. Are you aware of that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And that DCF thought that Collin should stay with Susan or someone else for a while.
Yes.
But Cathy wouldn't allow it.
Correct.
Once again.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other times when Cathy made false allegations?
I mean, she made false allegations on multiple occasions, but unless you ask specifically, I don't recall.
Okay.
Like, what are you referring
No,
to?
it's okay. I think you've given the jury a good idea of how trustworthy she was, which is not very, correct?
At times, no.
Would you say that she was erratic in your experience with her?
I would say she was very indecisive.
So erratic is not a word you'd use. Well, what about the kicking Collin out and then turning around and calling him a runaway because she'd kicked him out? That's pretty erratic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and she did that more than once, right?
Yes.
Including when she knew she had kicked him out and he was with Susan.
Yes.
She'd
Yes.
call him a runaway and...
Yes.
Okay. Would you say she was unpredictable?
Yes.
How about manipulative?
Yes.
She manipulated you or tried to manipulate you and other law enforcement officers, right?
I believe they both were, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. What about sort of self-sabotaging in terms of what she wanted and how to
Yes.
accomplish that? Yes?
Yes.
Hey, thanks, Riding Shotgun, for the new membership, gifted membership to Leah. Welcome, Leah. And another one for Norma Jean Doyle. Congratulations, Norma Jean Doyle.
I want to talk a little bit about Collin's probation terms. So far as you know, he was complying with his probation terms, right?
He was compliant with probation, yes.
And those probation terms also allowed him to go out of county to stay with Susan, right?
Yes.
Okay, there wasn't any requirement beyond that other than letting his probation officer know that he was going there, right?
Correct.
And his probation officer was Monique?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Carrie B. She's a bit of a yes girl.
In all the time that you dealt with Collin and...
The defense attorney's taken at least 4 times as long for cross. I mean, and gone way off subject. I'm amazed that the limbo guy hasn't objected at all. What the hell?
Cathy, Collin basically told you he would rather be in jail than with his mom, right?
He made a comment.
What about that he'd rather stay in a psychiatric facility than go home with his mom?
There was a comment made previously, yes.
And he also has said he'd rather be in foster care than with his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because he felt unsafe with her?
That is because he felt unsafe and they just did not get along.
Right.
They didn't agree or respect each other.
Okay. But let's talk specifically about these statements Mr.
Thanks for the super sticker, Jill Jane.
Levine asked you about him, threatening to cause harm to his mom. Every single time you heard one of those, it was always prefaced with, if she attacks me, or if she harms me, or if she comes at me,
Yes.
I will harm her.
Yes.
Okay. So, indicating that he would utilize self-defense.
Indicating that he was setting this up long in advance, okay? I don't know what she'll make me do.
If she attacked him.
Yes.
Hey, thank you, Amy, for the super chat sticker thing. Thanks, Amy.
On September 8th of 2024, so the day that Cathy died.
Are they played in evidence, Lotus Spider? Have you guys listened to Cathy's phone call conversations yet? They were recorded on the Ring doorbell cameras. Well, yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard them.
You were communicating, let's say on September 7th into the early morning of the 8th. You were communicating with both Collin and with Cathy, right?
I was spending time with my family during the day, so I did not have my phone until several hours after this had initially started.
But weren't you talking with Collin via text?
He had texted me the day before, but I didn't answer nor...
He's sat over at the prosecution's table just doing breathing exercises, feeling each vertebrae go back into place.
I have my phone.
Okay.
So everything was after the fact when I had called and checked in that next day.
I thought you said that you'd talked to Cathy on the phone sometime on the 8th.
I talked to her the day that it happened prior to, but I
Right.
wasn't available the date it started leading up to it.
I'm sorry. So on the 8th, you actually did communicate with Cathy.
Yes.
And you told her that she should let Collin stay with Susan.
Yes.
Which was perfectly acceptable, both legally under the 751 plan and under his probation conditions.
Yes.
And she just wasn't having it, was she?
No.
She was going to make him come home.
She was going to do whatever she wanted to do at the time.
You told her there was no need to go up there herself.
I told her to just give it a couple days and let everything de-escalate.
Okay, but she didn't listen, right?
Right.
Cathy made some claims via text, and maybe even to you, I don't know, on September 8th, like that Collin was a runaway. Did she ever claim that to you?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, was it?
No.
She also claimed that Collin had stolen his car.
Yes.
And that she was going to get him arrested for stealing the car.
Yes.
But that wasn't true either, was it?
No.
She made claims that she had sold the car. You aware of those claims?
Not specifics,
Okay.
but...
I'll move on. What about that she specifically made a claim that law enforcement, meaning your sheriff's office, had told her that if Collin was not back at her house by 10 a.m. on the 8th, that she could be arrested and that you all were going to get involved because Collin was a runaway, and it would have been 24 hours then.
I don't recall those specific details that she would get arrested.
Okay. So safe to say you never told her that if Collin wasn't at her house by 10 a.m. on Sunday, September 8th, she would be arrested?
No.
Okay.
No.
And that law enforcement gave her until 10 a.m. to get him back?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. Had Cathy expressed suicidal thoughts to you in the days leading up to September 8th?
I don't recall suicidal thoughts leading up to the day. No.
Okay.
No.
One second. Detective Zenoni, actually, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
I do that, so, All right, detective, would you agree that supposed suicide attempts are all...
Let's try and find how long it's going to be before he asks a weird question like, what was it? What was this quote? And was he eventually taken to wherever you took him? Or, Captain Parker, was the stab wound you saw consistent with the victim being stabbed by someone? How long is it going to be? Give us a good question, Limbo.
often cries for help?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to commit suicide, would you agree? If someone's actually wants to do it?
Yes.
If you have a gun, you can put it to your head, pull the trigger, and suicide accomplished.
Yes.
Alright, so Cathy had a gun. She could have killed herself anytime she wanted to, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't want to die, correct?
Correct.
She wanted to spend time with her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some mention about some prior allegations between Cathy and the defendant's father, her ex-husband.
Yes.
And you were asked if you were aware of a bunch of different things. Were you aware that the defendant's father / Cathy's ex-husband was very abusive to Cathy?
Yes.
Were you aware that he impregnated her when she was a mere child?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was physically and mentally and emotionally abusive to her?
Yes.
And were you aware that there was some incident or some allegation where she did something with a corkscrew to him?
Yes.
Now, violence, of course, is not acceptable, but would you agree that Cathy was the relationship with her ex-husband and what she put up with at his hands was atrocious?
Yes.
So that probably certainly didn't help her being a child, being impregnated, and then, living however long she lived until she died, correct?
Correct.
So the defense described her as unpredictable. Is that correct?
Yes.
But what was predictable was her love for her son and her wanting her son to be with her, correct?
Yes.
And she was cognizant of the fact that probably as soon as he turned 18, he was going to say, see you later, and basically
Yes.
ignore her?
Yes.
It was mentioned that she was manipulative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant manipulative?
Yes.
Who did the defendant show respect to?
His
What's- what-
grandma.
Okay. And what set of people?
Of higher authority, people who had a lot of money.
Would he respect people that would do things for him or who could do things for
Yeah.
him?
Yes.
Anyone that could buy him the shit that he wants. He would respect people with a lot of money.
Like buy him things and do things like that?
Yes.
And you said he loved his grandma.
Yes.
Do you know why he threatened to kill his grandma and threatened to do her harm in addition to loving her?
No.
Did you see many instances of when things were going according to the way he wanted them to go, he'd be happy and fine with it?
Yes.
Did you see many instances of when somebody tried to discipline him or take something away or tell him no, he would get furious
Yes.
and be immature and lash out?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that he sure loved going on cruises with his mom?
Yes.
He sure loved going to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia and the Caribbean and all these different places with his mom?
Yes.
He enjoyed vacations. He enjoyed the food, going out to eat. Is that correct?
Yes, they took a lot of vacations together.
He enjoyed basically unlimited Starbucks drinks, coffees, cold drinks, sandwiches that his mom would buy him.
Yes.
He loved the fact that his mom bought him computers, correct?
Yes.
He loved that she got him an Xbox.
Yes.
He loved that she got him a cell phone.
Yes.
He loved the video games and all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
But he didn't like chores, right?
Correct.
And he didn't like weed eating in the backyard. Or
He loved the fancy dinners and the trips to the Caribbean. He loved getting the Xbox and the cell phone and the computers. Yeah, he loved that. He just loved going to DC and meeting rich people. And but chores, not a big fan. Weed whack the backyard. Why?
taking out the trash or keeping his room clean, correct?
Correct.
So God forbid he had to do any of those things. That would anger him, correct?
Yes.
So he would prefer to not have anyone telling him what to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sometimes our grandparents a little less disciplinarians than the actual parent of a child.
Yes.
And despite knowing that she might be signing her own death certificate, she still wanted to spend every moment with her son until he killed her.
Yes.
All right, nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
As long as you on standby, just in case.
You're not released from your subpoena, but you're free to go for now. You'll get a call if you're needed back.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
I'm Corporal Joella Moore, Joella, last name Moore.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement 24 years. I've been with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office a little shy of 23 years.
And what are some of the different units that you've worked in law enforcement?
I worked in corrections as a correction deputy. I worked road patrol. I was a school resource officer. I worked our street crimes unit. Then I was promoted, and I went back to road patrol. Currently, I'm a corporal over our juvenile unit, and I also worked intel as a juvenile intervention detective.
So tell the jury a little bit about your kind of specialty or specialized knowledge about interacting with juveniles as it pertains to criminal justice system and in life in general.
So the majority of my adult life has been working with at-risk kids. Prior to law enforcement, I worked in Oregon under the Special Education Department, working with at-risk kids, severely emotionally disturbed, ages 13 to 18. I moved here to Florida to take care of my grandparents and came into law enforcement. Quickly ended up as a school resource officer, like I had said. Did that for the majority of my career at Charlotte County. And then went to the juvenile intervention detective, which works with the most at-risk kids. And currently now I'm back overseeing the juvenile unit where I started.
Now, how was it that you first became acquainted with Collin Griffith and his mom, Cathy Griffith?
We were in a transition. As I got promoted to the juvenile, from the juvenile intervention detective position to corporal for road patrol, I worked with our new juvenile intervention detective, Detective Zenoni, and Corporal Rentis, so we were still in the...
I don't even know why the state is bringing in these witnesses. They're doing more for the defense. They're giving this soundbite of, don't take me back, I want to be Baker acted. I want to be Baker acted again, just Baker act me right now. I don't want to go back, I don't know what she might do or what I might do in response. Hint, 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 hint. More than anything, I want to slash her throat and watch the blood drain from her body. This guy, that should have been it right there. Baker act him permanently.
The transition of, they would ask me questions about kids and some resources that we have that they may not have had knowledge to, and Collin came up in that.
Did the defendant appear to be comfortable talking to you and to Lacey and Rentis?
Yes.
This was Charlotte County, which is where the mother and Collin live, but the grandmother lives in Polk County, which is where the murder happened. He'd driven up from Charlotte to Polk.
Now, did you have an opportunity to respond to the Griffith household in Port Charlotte November 13th of 2023?
Yes,
in
sir.
relationship to the domestic violence battery investigation?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you and your fellow deputies have body cam footage? Or, excuse me, body cam on so that it produced footage?
Yes, sir.
And is one of the deputies that also responded with you at different times Deputy Janowski?
Yes, sir. I was his supervisor.
And I understand he has a SUV, is that correct? Or he did back when this happened, law enforcement vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And in the back, is there something called an in-car camera?
Yes, sir.
And does that basically record video and audio of whoever's in the back seat of a car?
Yes, sir.
And on the specific date, November 13th, including 10:26 p.m. of November 13th, 2023, as well as after midnight, November 14th, 2023 at 2 a.m. And thereafter, would Deputy Janowski's in-car camera just be continuously running?
They're activated when we turn them on, or they can be activated. All of our body cameras will be activated if our firearms are pulled, if our tasers are utilized, or in that general facility if another officer's equipment has been pulled. That way we can capture everything. So we have.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's gone back with the grandmother, right? I mean, she was all rooting for him to get out. She's obviously going to take him in. I wonder when we're going to get an update about how that's going.
These automatic safeguards that'll signal the activation of our cameras on the lights on our patrol car. Right, if we turn our lights on, they automatically kick in, or we can manually turn them on.
At some point during the night, was the defendant arrested for DV battery on his mom?
Yes, sir.
And at some point during the night, was he put in the back of Janowski's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did Janowski's in-car video capture the defendant talking in the backseat of the car?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's been a name mentioned, Corporal Rentis, who's now Sergeant Rentis. What was his relationship to the defendant?
He had a close relationship with the defendant and the family, and would frequently speak to him or have communications if they were having trouble to try to resolve or give resources to the family.
And on the in-car camera, is the defendant have access to a cell phone on his lap?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury how that came about.
I had received a phone call from Corporal Rentis, who was actively on the phone with the defendant. Rentis had told me that there was some type of disturbance over at the house, so I responded over there, notified Central that I had just received a phone call from Corporal Rentis. At the time, he's since been promoted. I'll refer to him as Corporal Rentis so it doesn't get confusing. And so we responded over there, and Corporal Rentis maintained phone contact with Colton.
At certain times, would you appear at the side of Janowski's SUV and interact with the defendant?
Yes, sir. So whenever we have a person in the back of our patrol car, we monitor them, keep them within ear and eye, so we can hear what's going on and see them in case there's some type of an emergency or if they need assistance. So we don't have to stand necessarily right there all the time, but we have to be able to hear them if they need assistance.
And in terms of state exhibits 191, 192, and 193, all being in-car videos from Janowski on November 14th. Actually, it looks like they're all from the early morning hours of November 14th. Have you had an opportunity at some time to watch the in-car camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State Exhibit 191, 192, and 193 into evidence.
Any objection? No.
Well, even at 1.25, this is a little long. How long?
We'll start with 191. And before, as we get that queued up, was there some subject matter in which the defendant was talking about kind of two different personas, Collin 1 and Collin 2?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but how long until he starts complaining about the cakes that the grandmother is bringing him? At the beginning it's any cake is a good cake. Then it's like fucking, I said I wanted the Black Forest Gatto, not the fucking Mud River Madness. You can't even get cake right. What is it that you do? What is your function? Get the cake right. Black Forest Gatto.
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin 1 is, I guess, he just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin 2 is the one that protects Collin 1 in situations where he can't escape from, and Collin 2 is the one that killed someone. But you're talking to Collin 1. Talking to Collin 1. The one.
Yeah. Am I talking to Collin 1? Oh, How many are there?
He just wants to help people and just wants to.
So is that the cell phone that's visible on the defendant's lap?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to Corporal Rentis?
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll segue to 192. Oh, and for the record, that was... You could turn that back on, John.
Mud River Madness. No, that's not a real thing, but it should be. Right? Patent pending. Boilerplate. True Crime Metrix. Copyright. All rights reserved. 2025. This date of February 11th, 2015. It's on record. Along with the bathtub bucket curly fries, we do seem to come up with menu items for the cookbook. The True Crime Metrix cookbook.
So we can see the
Justice Tacos. You're talking to Collin.
So that clip appears to be from November 14th, 2023 at 1:59 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Just lock him up. He's talking about Collin 1 and Collin 2. Lock him up.
All right, thank you. The state will next publish 192.
Oh man, I saw a hell of a sentencing yesterday. Has anyone seen this sentencing the other day? Where the guy has just got his head on the table for like 55 minutes. Oh, he's not having a good time. He's completely, and his attorney's standing up saying, my client has been assaulted, physically assaulted, sexually assaulted. He's in protective custody, but he's going back into general population. And it's just like, man, this didn't work out well for you, did it? And the judge is like, yeah, no, we're definitely giving him the max. I can't remember who it was, but we should cover it on the channel.
I need to figure out exactly what you're scared of without having you be scripted and you give me some sense of stuff.
Scared of going back in there, Rentis. Jesus, how many times do I gotta say it? That's all I'm scared of. That's it.
I'm fucking scared of that call.
Yes, I am, Rentis, because what's it gonna come down to next time?
I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
No, why would I?
Tell me how much you get to that. Do you think Collin will let you get to that? I can't hear you, sorry. Why call me strong individual? Why would you submit in a roundabout way to call to when we talk about?
It's the strongest version of me.
Did you hear Corporal Moore, the defendant, saying, yeah, he would, as it pertains to Collin 1, allowing him to kill his mom?
I did, sir.
And that is on November 14th, 2023, at about 2:21 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And for the final clip will be State Exhibit 193.
I don't know how I'm going to react when she does that again. If I can control myself, or how that's going to happen.
What do you think you might do to her
If she tries to hit me again, I might hit her back really, really hardly and badly.
You got hurt?
Yeah.
For the record, that was not November 14, 2023 at 3:22 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
So at the end of that investigation, is it a fair statement the defendant was arrested?
Yes, sir.
Corporal Moore, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross?
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, every time that Collin said, either in your presence or on the camera footage that you've reviewed, that he might hurt his mom or he was afraid he would hurt his mom, he prefaced that statement by saying, if she hits me, or if she comes at me, or if she attacks me, I'm afraid I'll hurt her. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So he never said, I just want to kill my mom for no reason whatsoever.
No, ma'am.
Don't think I have any other questions. Oh, Collin told you that night that his mom had punched him before he threw her on the ground, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Riding Shotgun, for the membership for Caroline Madrid. Okay, Carolyn Madrid. Welcome, Carolyn Madrid.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Deputy Janowski, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Janowski with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
So I went to the police academy. I've done multiple specialty classes like
Maybe the cops from Polk County all go down to Charlotte County when they grow up. Like Polk County is the, like, you know, for cadets.
speed and measurement, as well as narcotics and dangerous drugs. I'm a pit instructor for the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. I currently work on the road patrol, so you call 911 in my area. I'm the one showing up.
I want to direct your attention specifically to this case as it pertains to the defendant.
What if there's
You have an opportunity to
what if there's two calls at the same time?
respond to address in Port Charlotte as part of a domestic violence battery investigation?
I did.
And at the time, were you a field training officer of another one of the deputies who was present?
I was.
And who were you supervising?
I was training Deputy Shark.
And were you basically overseeing him and allowing him to do his part of the investigation?
Correct.
What was your role in the investigation?
So I was overseeing, so he was in his final phases of training, so I let him do his investigation. I'm there to guide him if he has questions or to help him along if he gets stuck in a certain situation.
Now, while you were doing that, did you have your body cam going?
I did.
When the investigation was kind of coming to an end, were you inside with Cathy Griffith and her mom, Susan Detman, in the living room area?
I was.
And were you asking certain questions that pertains to domestic violence within the household?
I did.
Your Honor, the state at this time would move State Exhibit 189 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
I just need one moment, Your Honor. Thanks, John. And before we play it, would this is it a fair statement that the defendant at this time is outside, either in the back of your patrol vehicle or somewhere else?
That is correct.
So the only two people present, civilian-wise, would be the victim, Cathy Griffith, and her mother?
That's correct.
I'm I'm not sure, Amy, if the grandmother testified for the state or the defense. I mean, I can't imagine the state not calling her. But I don't think it's not today.
A couple of quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And all right, any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
So when you ask, do you think he's capable of killing you, was her response yes?
Yes, it was.
And then in the back of your patrol vehicle, for the record, that was from around November 13th, 2023 at 10:26 p.m. Excuse me, at 10:20 p.m. This next video, 190, from the back of your vehicle will be at November 13th, the same day at 10:26 p.m.
That's not an evidence yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, Your Honor. Let me ask you a couple questions about that. Now, as you return to your vehicle, did your body cam capture a little bit of a conversation between Susan Detman, who was standing outside of your patrol vehicle as she spoke with her grandson, the defendant?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 190 into evidence.
No objection.
And with the court's permission, we'll play it for the jury. Thank you.
Why did you stand up? And why did you say? I was trying to have this conversation. No, you didn't. You stood up and said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, you did. I was there.
I was saying, no, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer. I'm just trying to peacefully coexist and just figure something out. She kept telling me to shut up, when shut up, she hit me.
No, that's not what happened, Collin. That's not what happened. You never said you wanted to peacefully coexist.
I've been saying that.
You said that in the car, but not there with her.
Deputy, towards the beginning of that clip, did you hear the defendant say, I'm not a psychopath? Mom, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer.
I did.
Deputy Janowski, I have no further questions for you.
Cross.
Deputy Janowski.
Good afternoon.
Collin was in the back of, was that your car or was that somebody else's car?
That was my car.
For over 5 hours that night, wasn't he?
I don't know the exact time frame. That doesn't sound right.
Well, one of the camera clips we've seen was from like 10 p.m. on the 13th. And then the last one from your car was 2:30 or so on the 14th, 2:30 a.m. So sorry, 4.5 hours. Does that sound about right?
I couldn't say for sure. It sounds like a long period of time for someone that was arrested for battery to sit in the back of a car for 4 hours to me.
Is it fair to say that this investigation took a long time?
It did take a reasonable amount of time.
I'm not saying that anybody delayed anything. I'm just saying that it wasn't a quick, we can determine exactly what happened right away kind of thing, was it?
No, because people had conflicting stories.
Right. That last little bit, the clip that showed part of a conversation between Susan Detman and Collin, Collin said that his mom had called him a psychopath and a murderer, right?
I know Collin stated in that clip, I'm not a psychopath, I'm not this murderer, if I'm quoting it correctly.
But he said that I told my mom that I'm not that, correct? Implying that she had called him those things.
I know he said the word mom before he made that statement.
Did you ever ask Cathy whether she called him those names?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
Mr. Norton?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Danny Peters, Danny Peters, detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And what division do you work in?
I'm with the Homicide Division.
In this case, are you the case agent, the lead detective?
I am.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
In 2010, I went to the Basic Law Enforcement Academy. Upon graduation, I was hired by the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where I've spent 14 years, most of them in investigations, and led me to this point.
Now, when you investigated this case, had you been in the Homicide Division for a certain period of time?
Several years.
And have you investigated countless homicides?
Yes.
How did you first
by the way,
get called out?
There should be custom emojis now for members. We've got banana bread, a Prius, sushi, and soap. Yeah. If you're a member, I think you get the custom icons there.
For this case?
We were notified by supervision to respond to a death investigation.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
7:25 approximately.
And was that actually to the crime scene, the residence?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Polk County?
Yes.
Describe to the jury kind of your mentality as a homicide detective. When you get to a scene, what's it like?
Well, initially when you get to a scene, it's a little chaotic. You make contact with deputies on scene, and you learn what they responded to and what they heard upon their arrival.
Now, about how many detectives might be working a case, like this case in particular, how many detectives were working at the same time you were? Or was it multiple detectives?
Multiple detectives. We had more than 5.
And do each one of you kind of have multiple things that you're investigating?
Yes, we have different tasks when we're on scene.
And then how do you get updates from each other to see where the investigation is at or where it's headed?
So through the course of the investigation, we tend to come together and brief each other in reference to what we've learned, any evidence we've obtained. We call each other on our cell phones and explain where we're at and what we're doing.
What's the crime scene / forensic investigators' role at a scene?
They're to arrive and preserve evidence for us, document evidence.
And I take it they were present the night of?
Yes, sir.
And do they kind of work on their own, or are you as a lead detective telling them what to do or what to look for? How does that work?
No, so as a detective, I give them direction in reference to stuff that I'm looking for or things that I need, as well as the other detectives on scene also give them instructions.
So when you show up on scene, do you know where the defendant was?
From what I was told, the defendant was in the back of a patrol car.
So is it a fair statement you were not interacting with him at that time, but rather were then surveying the scene?
Correct.
Describe to the jury what you did.
So upon arriving, I made contact with the initial deputy who briefed me of...
Amy just gifted another fabulous true crime Metrix membership with customized emoticons, banana bread, a Prius, sushi, and soap. And who got the membership? Dorothy. Welcome, Dorothy. Fantastic.
What he encountered upon arriving. And then once I learned that information, we made contact with the medical examiner to explain exactly what it was that we had on scene. And the grandmother arrived on scene, and then we began to do our interviews.
Did you have an opportunity to actually speak and interview the grandmother, Susan Detman, that evening?
I did.
And was that a one-time thing, or did you interview her any additional times after the night of September 8th?
Yeah, I interviewed her again after the initial night we were on scene, yes.
Now, and she was / is the owner of that house, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go inside the house to see what was going on inside?
I did.
And was Cathy's body still there when you were there?
It was.
Now, you mentioned that you spoke to the medical examiner. In this case, did you speak to Dr. Garavan?
Yes, it was Dr. Garavan that was the on-call medical examiner, yes.
And explain to the jury about why you called him and what you were hoping to learn from.
So I explained to him the manner in which we found the decedent and the severity of her injuries. And he was giving me an explanation of the probability of what may or may not have happened.
Would the medical examiner then the next day do an autopsy?
Yes, he did.
What did you notice that caught your attention about the crime scene, both outside and inside?
Well, I noticed it was well organized. It was clean. Outside, The victim and the defendant's vehicles were parked at the residence, and then inside was very organized.
Another gifted membership from Riding Shotgun to Destined Nation NY. Welcome, Destined Nation.
Did it appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight of any type?
No.
Now, as part of any homicide investigation, do you obtain evidence from cell phones?
We do, yes.
Now, when there's a cell phone of interest or that may be relevant for a certain investigation, do you have professionals who are able to do forensic downloads?
We do. We have detectives that work for the Polk County Sheriff's Office that handle the downloads for us, yes.
Tell us a little bit about what they do to accomplish that.
So they use programs such as Cellbrite to hook the phones and devices up that we take into our possession, and then once they hook these devices up, it starts to download the data off of those devices, and then they're able to attach it to like a USB or a CD and provide it to us, and then we are able to see what's on that device.
Sometimes are there limitations to what can be obtained from a cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you guys able to get basically a full copy for copy, meaning whatever was on the cell phone, you can get all the information off the cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you able...
right, Ian? Everyone in this that testifies is either too short or too young or looks too much like an owl.
To only get partial information from a cell phone?
Yes.
And does that basically just have to do with technology or some type of impediment to getting further information from a cell phone?
Yes. It depends on whether or not the program has downloaded or has reached a certain spec for that phone or computer.
Now, can a similar logistics be taken care of on a computer as well, downloading information off of a computer?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, did you obtain a cell phone from the defendant?
Yes.
You or somebody from your agency, of course?
Yes. I had another detective on scene with me that was able to get that cell phone.
And the defendant's cell phone came from his car, is that correct?
His car, yes.
And were you able to obtain the victim's cell phone, Cathy's cell phone?
Yes, we were.
And was that from the island in the kitchen?
It was in the kitchen, yes.
And then were you able to obtain the grandmother, Susan Detman's cell phone?
Yes.
And did she basically consent or allow that to happen?
Yes, she provided full consent to search her cell phone, written permission as well.
Now, were you able to get information / the downloads from Susan's phone?
Yes.
What about from the defendant's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what about from Cathy's phone?
Catherine's phone, not so much. It was a newer type phone that the program was not able to do a full download. So we sent that cell phone off to Homeland Security, where they have more advanced equipment, and they are in the process, as we speak, of attempting to download that cell phone for us.
At some time during your investigation, did somebody bring you Cathy's computer, personally?
Yes.
It's probably not going to be ready for trial, seeing as we are halfway through the state's case, at least halfway through. You know, another bad thing for the jury to hear. What, you mean you haven't even checked the phone yet? It's with Homeland. Well, that's going to take ages, you know.
Yes.
And who brought you that?
That was her oldest son, Christopher.
And is that also the defendant's older brother?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many years older Christopher is than his brother, the defendant?
A couple, maybe 4, I believe.
Now, as it pertains to this case, it was Christopher Griffith, not totally irrelevant, but was he kind of had nothing to do with this case?
Yeah, he didn't have anything to do up to that point.
Now, when you obtained the computer through him bringing his mom's computer in, did you have your people attempt to get a download from the computer?
Yes.
And what happened?
We were not able to access the computer.
Do you know why?
Based upon the passwords or the protection it had on the computer, wouldn't allow us to do a full download.
Sometimes our computers and our cell phones.
The kid's a computer whiz as well. He's got all that locked down. Yeah, brand new phone. Can't be cell-brighted. No evidence. Got to go to Homeland. Yeah. Computer. Now I've got Mac 5 encryption passwords on my computer, son. You think your little FBI guys are gonna be able to get around that? I'm a whiz kid, psycho. Whiz kid, psycho kid.
difficult or impossible to get into?
Yes.
Sometimes does it have to do with whether you have a password or what make of the technology it is?
Yes.
So even though you weren't able to get into Cathy's phone, is it a fair statement that you were able to see a lot of her activity through the defendant's phone and Susan's phone?
Yeah, I was able to see all activity that she had through the defendant's phone and her mother's phone, yes.
So for instance, if Cathy texted her son or texted her mom, you'd be able to read those text messages as if you had Cathy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And any photographs sent back and forth or call logs or things of that nature you'd be able to see on other people's phones that communicated with her?
Yes.
So was that helpful?
Yes, it was.
Now, during your investigation of the different cell phones, did you come across photographs of the defendant and his mom and Susan?
I did.
In terms of the positives of the family dynamics, what did you learn about, from the photographs, what did you learn about that relationship between the defendant and his mom and Susan?
Well, just by the photographs, they appeared to be a happy family. It looked like they traveled a lot, visited a lot of locations, Disney World, cruises, the White House, it looked like they were happy.
Detective Peters, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs in the form of, we'll start with 171, 171A, and 171B?
Yes.
And what about photographs 172 through 178 and 178A through 178I?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move those mentioned exhibits into evidence.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, we'll publish those photographs. We could go first to 171. What did you learn from that picture?
Looks like they took a selfie, the victim and the defendant, maybe on a cruise. Looks happy.
171A.
Looks like a mother and son, happy, taking a photograph.
171B.
Selfie, mother and son, happy, smiling.
And in that photograph, does it appear that Cathy has AirPods in her ears?
Yes, it does.
And they're white in color?
Yeah.
We'll continue on to 172.
There's a nice photo. Looks like a mother and son happy.
Does this cop not realize that the fact that they look happy in photographs might not be completely representative of the actual dynamic between them? That's like surface level.
There.
And through the Cellbrite report, were you able to determine some of the dates of the originations of the photographs, that being in 2023 and 2024 throughout the different months?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on, 173. Who's pictured in the middle between Cathy and her son?
That is Susan Detman. That's the grandmother and the mother of the victim.
Would she periodically travel with them as well, do you know?
Yes.
174. 175. 176. 177. 178. 178A. And 178B. So far, these pictures, is a fair statement that it's showing different locales and different places that mother and son had been together?
Yes.
178C. And it looks like they're in some type of courtroom or courtroom setup. Is that correct?
It looks that way, yes.
And this circular seal there, maybe you can see it on your computer. What is it?
This is all.
No? All right, no worries. It's not working. Looks like it says, well, it does say, Stetson University College of Law. And once again, when there's a third person in these photos, is that Susan?
Yes.
178B. Does that look like it's at Disney or outside of Disney?
Yes, it does.
And for the purpose of the record, in a lot of these pictures, both the defendant and his mom appear smiling and happy. Is that correct?
Yes.
178E. 178F, 178G. Where does that look like it's taken?
Looks like it's taken at the Capitol in Washington.
178 next, H, and then 178I. All right, thank you, John. So some of those photos were from, according to the Cellbrite report, correct me if I'm wrong, were from as early as April of 2023, looking like it went until June of 2024?
Yes.
Now, Detective Peters, did you find out that Cathy had Ring video capabilities inside her residence?
I did.
Was it both inside and outside?
Yes.
And describe to the jury some of the camera locations and what vantage point that would provide.
So there were 4 total Ring cameras that I gained access to. One was the doorbell that was outside. One was in the living room that encompasses the whole entirety of the living room. One was in the kitchen. One was in the victim's room, her bedroom, and one was in the defendant's bedroom.
Did you find that a little bit odd that there were so many cameras in so many locations within someone's private residence?
Initially, I did, yes.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine why there were cameras inside?
Yes.
And what was the reason?
His mother was a...
Are you, without answering the question, but are you speculating, or do you know from your investigation?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think I know where this is going.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. During your investigation, were you able to obtain Ring camera footage from the interior of the house?
I was.
And is that like a consistent 24/7 recording, or is it something else?
It looked like it was based on movement, and a lot of the times and the stamps were based upon movement.
So is there plenty of times when people are doing nothing of significance, such as moving around the house or just having regular conversations, things of that nature?
Oh, yeah. A lot of the times it was like that.
If the jury, if during this trial I put on every single minute of Ring camera footage in existence, would we be here for hundreds of hours?
Yeah, days.
All right. Now, was one of the rooms that you were able to get camera footage from, the camera set up somewhere in the kitchen?
Yes.
And would that point out to capture both the kitchen and then the living room that's behind the kitchen?
Yes.
And then was there a similar camera in the living room that pointed out to the living room and then behind the living room the kitchen?
Yes.
And is there a lot of, like, audio-wise, is it a fair statement that there's a lot of things that you can hear clearly?
Yes.
And then are there some things that you just can't hear too clearly?
Some things are muffled, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to, of course, provide all that Ring kitchen video footage?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Let me repeat that. The Ring video footage that you provided, have there been 2 exhibits prepared by me?
Yes.
All right. And do those represent September 7th of 2024 and September 8th of 2024?
Yes, it does.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's State Exhibit 197 from the September 7th, 2024 date, and Exhibit number 198 from September 8th of 2024. What's the significance of September 8th, 2024?
There is a lot of dialogue back and forth between the victim and her mother and her attempts to make contact with the defendant.
And was that the date that she was ultimately killed?
Yes, it was.
That would be a Sunday?
Yes.
And on the September 8th video clips, is it a fair statement that the defendant is not in them because he's not present at the house?
Correct.
Were you able to determine the last day that he was at the house?
Yes.
Go ahead, what day was that?
It was September 7th.
Does September 7th capture some of his interaction with his mom?
It does.
Now, during your investigation, did you come into contact with the name Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did, yes.
And who was that?
He is the attorney for Collin.
As it pertains to the DV battery case and maybe some family law logistics?
Correct. I learned that he was appointed his attorney. They hired him for the domestic violence case from November of the previous year.
And was there many conversations in text format between the defendant and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
Was there also conversations between Susan Detman and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes, there were.
Now, at some point, did you come across what was basically kind of like a photo icon of a business card of Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did.
And do you recall how the surrounding circumstances of how that came to your attention?
Yeah, looking through the grandmother's phone download, I observed it in her photographs.
All right, so when you click on it, it basically blows up in size to look like a business card?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 187 into evidence.
No objection.
Now, based upon that, were you able to determine that the attorney was based out of Port Charlotte?
Yes.
And also Port Charlotte is the city where Cathy resided with her son?
Yes.
Also, were you able to figure out that the phone number 941-916-4096 was the cell phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
And was that number the number that the defendant would communicate with via text message?
Yes, it was.
Was there a certain time, Detective Peters, when that phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin was in the defendant's phone, and at the top of the phone where somebody's either phone number or contact would be, it was the actual 10-digit phone number?
Yeah, just the phone number, yes.
And then at a certain point, was that phone number saved into the defendant's phone, so it said Jeff Rapkin or Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yeah, it appears as if it was saved. The number was saved to a name.
But either way, it was always the same phone number, that being Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And were you able to determine that through the many, many conversations that there would be points when Jeffrey Rapkin would address the defendant as like, Collin, blah, 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 or he would make comments and then say Collin to make it explicitly clear who the two people communicating were?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between Cathy Griffith and her son, Collin Griffith. With a yes or no response, if possible. Was there an extended period of time, like approximately 3 years or so, where the defendant was living with his dad out of state?
Yes.
And at that point, did Cathy have limited or basically not much at all contact with her son?
Limited contact with her son, yes.
And did it appear from your investigation that she wanted to have a lot more?
Yes.
But that the defendant's father was difficult, to say the least?
I don't have proof that the defendant's father was difficult. I have conversations between Collin and his mother while he lived in Oklahoma, and it did not appear as if it was a difficult situation to communicate with him, no.
All right. Now, at a certain point, did the defendant come to live with his mom?
Yes.
Now, at that point, had she basically missed out, and the defendant had missed out on about 3 years of relationship, mother-son relationship?
Yes.
Did they live in the Port Charlotte house basically up until this incident happened?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine that, did the defendant have his own bedroom at his house?
He did.
And did it appear that he knew the defendant, that there were Ring cameras in the household?
It did appear that way, yes.
And tell the jury about the things that indicated that.
When he would walk in a room where there was a camera, he would look directly into the camera.
And the cameras themselves, are they like hidden in something?
No, they're in plain view.
What cell phone service did Cathy and Collin have?
They had AT&T.
And in order to have AT&T cell phone service, how old do you have to be?
18 years or older to purchase your own line or plan through AT&T.
Judge, I'm going to object to the foundation. I'm not sure how he has this information.
It's the same if you lay the appropriate predicate.
Now, how were you able to determine that Cathy had AT&T?
We have analysts that work with us through the course of our investigation that are able to determine through their programs that they utilize phone numbers that we give them that provide them with that information.
And during the phone forensic investigation, are there various screenshots that Cathy sent to, at least to Susan, maybe to the defendant as well, that basically said AT&T.com phone records with call history?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in the Ring video footage, is it apparent sometimes that the defendant is walking around with his cell phone that his mom provided?
Yes.
And then that cell...
The statement about that his mom provided, there's been no evidence.
Did his mom provide him a cell phone?
Object as to knowledge, foundation.
Well, he either knows or doesn't know.
You're going to lay the predicate.
Okay. Are you aware from your investigation that the defendant's mom provided him a cell phone?
Yes.
Objection to the foundation.
It's the same. How do we have this discussion?
Could you explain how you determine that?
Through the video, she has access to a cell phone and advised in numerous videos that she was cutting off his service.
But, Judge, that still doesn't
approach.
You see, he just lets those easy wins go. This attorney, man. He's terrible. He's the worst one I've seen in a long time. Sorry. You know, I didn't quite realize how bad he was just from opening statements, but every witness. And this is the one where there's this big, outside of the presence of the jury, discussion with the court. And his argument is just like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Why are you this bad? Zero passion or personality, exactly, Michelle. That's exactly what I'm experiencing with this guy. I'm looking forward to when we get to the defense evidence. I don't know how many days the state takes up. I guess at least 3. We're finishing up day 2 now. Maybe 4 days. There's the sidebar. Skip the sidebar.
And in order for that to happen, that would mean that Cathy would have had the defendant's actual phone with the subject matter that the judge heard middle of January as it pertains to the defendant talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine.
Correct.
Another one of those photographs has to do with Jeffrey Rapkin talking about how well versed in the law the defendant is, correct?
Correct.
And Jeffrey Rapkin addresses the defendant by saying his actual name, Collin, correct?
Yes.
On one or more occasions in those 2 text messages, correct?
Correct.
The third photograph that was also sent on that was also showed up on Susan's phone on that same February 19th of 2023 date, was that another photograph of the defendant in a text.
Man, can you imagine Kohberger? This kid, Kohberger, Griffith, and Chandler Halderson, all hanging out in jail, playing checkers. It's a horrific thought. This guy so reminds me of Koberger. He was really well versed on the law. Yeah, because he's looked into it and confidently come up with a scheme that he's willing to take a risk on for the buzz of murdering people and getting away with it. Yeah, he's read up about the law.
Messaging Jeffrey Rapkin.
Yes.
And those 3 photographs had Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number at the top, correct? So it was clear. I mean, the phone number that the defendant was communicating with was Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
Right. The first one had his phone number, and then the other 2 had just Jeffrey Rapkin's name.
And when somebody initially calls someone, if they're not saved under a name, it'll be the phone number that they call them at, correct?
Correct.
Text them at?
Correct.
And if someone takes the time to, over the course of a relationship, take the time to type in the person's name, it's still the same phone number, but now it'll be associated with just a printed name.
Right, you're an established contact at that point.
But other than the established contact, the phone number remained the same. It was Jeffrey Rapkin.
Yes.
And he and the defendant would communicate, and Jeffrey Rapkin would say Collin a lot, like either Collin and then make a statement, or make a statement and say Collin, correct?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that from the content it was clear that it was the defendant and it was Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
Communicating. Now, on one or more of those 3 photos I'm talking about here, what did you notice about where Cathy was when she took a picture of the defendant's open cell phone with the defendant's open visible screens with the text message at issue here?
Well, the last text messages I observed, it appeared her to be holding the phone, and then I could see past the cell phone in the background. It looked like her rug on the floor of her bedroom.
And you were able to actually visually see that rug, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that from being at the house?
No, I knew that from observing the Ring video that was in her bedroom.
Now, was there multiple text messages, and we'll get into some specific references, but were there multiple text messages where the mom would be talking about turning off Collin's cell phone part of the plan?
Yes.
And that would be specifically related to his number on her plan, correct?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to the defendant sometimes?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to Susan sometimes?
Yes.
And did she make that statement then? And those were like in text message forms, correct?
Yes.
And she also made that statement to, her and Susan made that statement to a Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputy on the night of the domestic violence battery, when they were explaining that the mom was telling Collin that she was going to be instilling some new parenting and was going to take away his cell phone privilege and his Xbox, correct?
Right, so correct, yes.
Were there also multiple occasions where she told the defendant through text message and perhaps other forms too that she was going to be changing his phone service so he could only receive phone calls and text messages?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom and the defendant were talking, or the mom and her mom were talking about the defendant's phone service actually being off so that he would have to use Wi-Fi to try to use anything?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom asked/told the defendant to give her back the phone that she bought for him?
Yes.
And that's the phone that he was using, correct?
Yes.
And that's the phone that was found in the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
In addition to that, did the mom buy the defendant a MacBook for college courses?
Yes.
And could that MacBook, or was that MacBook mirrored with his cell phone?
You can do that, yes.
And when that happens, what happens?
Your text messages will display in your MacBook like they are in your cell phone.
The defendant at the whole time during this case was a juvenile, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that it's the mom's responsibility to supervise what he's doing?
Yes.
And it would be common and even encouraged for a mom to monitor and know what their child is looking at or doing on a cell phone?
Very common.
And in fact, the defendant was aware of that, correct?
Yes.
How would he know?
In terms of the mom supervising the defendant in many or all aspects of his life, was the defendant aware of that? I'm not talking about the phone specifically, but other, like the Ring camera footage, her parenting him, her providing the phone for him. Was the defendant aware of those things?
Yes.
On September 7th and 8th, in the Ring videos in the house, the defendant, he has a cell phone in a black case, correct?
Yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the black case that was found in the defendant's car on September 8th, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the same black case in the photographs that Cathy took of the defendant's cell phone when it was open in her possession, correct?
It appears to be, yeah.
And that has to do with the old knife to the neck from behind text message, correct?
Yes.
And there's approximately 35 pages of a Cellbrite report where the defendant is texting with Jeffrey Rapkin about different subject matter, correct?
Yes.
On pages 3 to 4 of that, the defendant texts to Jeffrey Rapkin, "This is Collin, I am 17, correct?"
Yes.
And did it appear that the mom actually had the ability and did turn off the defendant's phone and control the service?
Yes.
And when mom had the defendant's phone and it was open, it's quite clear that the phone was open, so she didn't need to do anything, correct?
Correct.
And if it's her phone, she can do whatever she wants with it in terms of getting into it or using it, correct?
Yeah, sure.
From the defendant's phone, did you find a conversation with his mom on September 7th, 2:15 p.m. when she said, "Please return my cell phone and MacBook that were purchased for your education"?
Yes.
On page 1 of the text messages between the defendant and his mom, did the Miss Griffith text him, "I'm turning the phone off"?
Yes.
And I understand you might not remember the pages and whatnot, but
I remember the text message.
Okay, I'm mentioning these page numbers based on what I saw. On page 4 of 8, did the mom text her son, "Your phone service is disconnected"?
Yes.
On page 8, did the mom text her son, "You have 5 minutes before I deactivate your cell phone"?
Yes.
On page 1 of 29, did mom text the defendant, "I'm turning the phone off after this. Please return my cell phone and MacBook"?
Yes.
And regardless if she was going to follow through with her threats, the defendant obviously knew who controlled the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to that statement because there's a difference between the service and the actual phone.
On page 1 of 29, Cathy texted him, "I can see everything you're doing from your phone. Try calling Detective Lacey again or my mom." Is that correct?
Yes.
On page 14 of 29, the mom again says, "Your phone service is being turned off." Correct?
Yes.
On page 5 of 29, the mom texts her son, "Close in your BOA account." I don't remember if it said BOA or Bank of America.
BOA.
Okay. Indicating that she had joint custody or joint control of his account since he was a minor, correct?
Or access to it.
Or what?
Or access to it, yes.
Access to it, okay. So that's another indication of something she had access to besides his phone?
Yes.
Page, I don't remember if I just said this, but page 14 of 29, your phone service is being turned off. Another statement she made.
She said that multiple times.
Okay. Page 16 of 29, "I'm still tracking you and your location, Collin. If I don't see your dot moving on a map towards home," and then whatever else she said.
Yes.
Indicating that she's able to track him through the phone that she so graciously provided.
Yes.
17 of 29, "You are reading each message I send. I keep seeing read next to each text I send. I'm shutting your service off."
Yes.
Page 18 of 29, I'm looking at your phone records, correct?
Yes.
Page 22 of 29, your call records with AT&T, you didn't even attempt to call Monique.
Yes.
And then, is it a fair statement that Cathy attaches ATT.com screenshot of the records/phone calls for September 6th through September 8th of 2024 that the defendant was either making or not making?
I do remember seeing that, yes.
Page 24 of 29, continuing with the text message conversation between the mom and the defendant. "And you are at her house on Wi-Fi because your service is disconnected." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 23 of the Cellbrite report from the conversation between now Cathy and Susan Detman, her mother. Do you recall Cathy saying, "Collin's phone will not be turned back on given that he lost his phone privilege when he hung up on me"?
Yes.
Coming in the home stretch. Page 29 to 30, the same Cellbrite report. Do you recall mom sending Susan Detman screenshots of the defendant playing video games, kidnapping and killing people?
Yes.
The mom was monitoring what the defendant was doing in various aspects of his life.
Right.
And is it a fair statement, didn't she also text the defendant, "I could see what you're doing playing the video games"?
Yes, she said it on the Ring camera as well.
Okay, so that's captured there as well?
Yes.
During your investigation and your interview of Robert Wolantis on page 7 of 16, on one of the two interviews, Robert Wolantis told you Cathy did get Collin a phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 3 of Amanda Friends' 6-page report, she annotated that the mom took the defendant's phone away, and the defendant also told his dad that his mom took his phone away.
Yes.
page 3 of 6 of Amanda Friend's former DCF CPI investigators noted or commented that mom took Collin's phone away.
Yeah.
Is it true that the mom would take away the defendant's cell phone and AirPods as punishment for being disrespectful to her?
It appeared that way, yeah.
And from your review of Deputy Alexander Sharp from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, who he actually testified today, page 4 of 6 in his report, he indicated that the mom told Deputy Sharp she was telling the defendant she will be making changes to his phone so that he will only be able to make phone calls and send/receive texts.
Yes.
Is there any other information or evidence that you have to show about the inquiry of that the mom provided the defendant his cell phone and the defendant was aware of the monitoring that pertains to, obviously the whole relevance of this is the defendant sending Jeffrey wrapped in the text about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine if she comes up with a gun or something like that.
Right. Just everything we've gone over.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further for the proffer.
Detective Peters, let's start with the photo of the phone that appears to be the defendant's phone, because it's an iPhone in a black case, right?
Yes.
But you didn't look at a serial number. That's not in the picture, right?
So are they already outside the presence of the jury? Did they go out?
Yeah, through the photograph? No.
This is just a proffer.
No, ma'am.
Right, and there's no other distinguishing marks that indicate that it is the same phone that you collected later that belonged to Collin.
Other than it's very similar in size and the case.
You know how many of those kinds of phones have been sold?
Countless.
Yeah. Okay, so you also mentioned that the phone was obviously open when somebody took a picture of it.
Yes.
But you don't know how it got open, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if Collin was asleep and mom crept in and took the phone from his room to take that picture, right?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know if it was password protected, but she somehow figured out his password against his wishes.
I don't know that, no.
When
she really doesn't let one thing go, does she? I heard someone say that this attorney wasn't good. Well, that's incorrect. She's very good. I think when people don't agree with the case that they're putting on, sometimes they think they're bad attorneys. This woman's amazing. Doesn't let one thing, like no opportunity. She takes every single opportunity and puts doubt, pretty convincing doubt, on the phone. It was like, well, there were no distinguishing marks to say if that phone that you took at that point in the day was the same as the phone you took at a later point in the day. We don't know. Do you know how many phones like that have been sold?
Cathy texted all these things on September 7th and September 8th about cutting Collin's cell phone service off. She was referring to the AT&T service, correct? At least so far as you know.
Yes, yeah, I would assume, yes.
And Mr. Levine has pointed out throughout the trial that minors cannot open an AT&T account on their own. Are you aware that that's true or not?
From my understanding and experience, yes.
Okay. But does Cathy opening an account for Collin prove that she had allowed access to every personal thing on the phone?
I don't know the circumstances in that household. I can tell you I have the same service with my children, and I do have access to all of their stuff.
Right, and you can agree that some families are more privacy-oriented and some are not, right?
I don't know. Based on age, I would say no.
Do you know of any families whose parents don't go through their kids' text messages?
No.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to testify right now that I never went through my son's text messages. At any rate, you said that the photo of the... actually, never mind about that. The text message from Cathy saying, give me the phone and MacBook that I bought for your education back. You have no idea where the funds...
Even that. She said, I'm going to testify right now. I never went through my son's text messages. She's not up here to testify. You know, she's up here to examine. And the prosecutor didn't catch that. What the fuck?
Where those things came from, do you?
That was worthy of being stricken from the record as far as the rules of court. And the limbo litigator just let it slide.
No.
You're aware that Collin had a trust as a result of the probate from Oklahoma, right?
I am aware, yes.
And that was the source of almost everything that Cathy provided for him of substance.
Oh, he got all the money as well, huh? In a trust from Oklahoma. From the Oklahoma killing of his
I don't know that.
Okay. You saw texts between Cathy and Susan regarding getting Shelley, the lawyer in Oklahoma, to
Correct.
send money to
Correct.
an account to pay for things, right?
Yes.
Right. Including for the computer that she was supposedly going to buy. They were talking about how much it costed and that they needed to get the money from Shelley.
Yes, ma'am.
So for all you know, that phone was bought with money from Collin's personal trust.
I can't testify to that because I don't know how
And
it was purchased.
And you're aware that Cathy made things up all the time.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
including from the text messages around the same date and time that you were just discussing.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else?
Yes, just so I can read the text messages which Your Honor has seen at the prior hearing into the record. It's very short. And for the record, it will be, if Your Honor rules that...
Why do I need to hear those again?
What's that?
You're talking about the actual text from Collin and Mr. Rapkin?
Allegedly.
Yes, Your Honor. I just want
I
to...
don't need to hear those for purposes of the proffer.
Okay.
The proffer was to determine this preliminary issue.
Okay.
But Ms. Thornhill, it occurs to me in this hearing, we're focusing a lot on who pays for the phone or what are the source of the funds for the phone. The real question, the basic question, is whether your client knew or should have known under these circumstances that what was in his phone.
Okay, the limbo litigator's argument is coming up, and it's just a mess. It's just such a mess. The defense is going to put on a pretty compelling side to their position. And then the fucking litigator's just clawing at the sides like a spider trapped in a bathtub.
In his phone. And would not be accessible to anyone. And what I'm looking at here is what appears to be, the Griffith household looked like a surveillance state to me, and she was definitely surveilling everything he did, not just actually, but constantly on his back about what he's doing, what he's not doing. A parent has a right, even if the object is purchased by the child and owned by the child, stolen by the child, whatever it is by the child, to examine those items. A child doesn't have that kind of right to privacy. The child has a right to confidential communications with his lawyer.
Right.
But under these circumstances, could I actually say, even if she hacked into his phone, knowing what he knows about his mother, that he had no reason to think she might go snooping in his phone, especially given the animosity is not the right word, but the tumultuous relationship that he had with her and the heavy hand that she had on his shoulder.
Judge, I don't think there's been any proof one way or the other. And the burden is on the state to overcome the attorney-client privilege, which is presumed. And while I agree, ring cameras in every room, there's still nothing other than these text messages from months later that are not between lawyers and clients saying, I'm watching what you're doing. And then after she said that, I don't remember if it was this time or another time, he blocked her to prevent her from looking. So that to me says
I haven't heard that.
I thought I presented it at the hearing.
Can you really block your parent? They can just take your phone.
Except if he's with...
What legal significance is a child blocking their parent when it comes to the parent's right to inspect the contents of their child's possessions?
But and I don't even concede that there is a right to inspect private communications.
A parent?
Does that...
You don't think... I know you've chosen that route. I might be somewhere in the middle because I do think it's important to let your child have some privacy, but it's also important to know what your child is doing. But the bottom line is, what matters is what the law says. Are you telling me that the law affords a child some right against unreasonable search and seizure by their parent? You just leave attorney-client privilege aside. But I come home with some object that they didn't provide to me. They don't have a right to come in my room, look at it, see what it is, open it up, read it if there's something inside?
Well, Judge, I think that cell phones are innately different. And I don't have the case sites for all of the Supreme Court decisions talking about how uniquely private cell phones are.
Children's cell phones? You have
Children have a right to privacy.
from their parents?
Yes.
Show me
I
the
believe
case.
they do. I don't have one right now. Oh, yeah, okay.
You see, she's stumbled there, and she's like, I don't have a case right now, but her co-counsel's got one ready to go. They come in strong.
Henry is dead on, and because he's practiced family law and I haven't, but even in
You
family law
notice the
cases...
limbo litigator's not saying anything at all during this long, strong position that the defense, Miss Thornhill, is taking.
In custody cases, sometimes parents are actually explicitly banned from looking at communications between their own child and the other parent.
But that, Mr. Henry, I think, has to do more... I mean, at that point, a court has intervened because there's an issue that needs to be resolved regarding the best interest of a child, and those orders are typically not put in place unless you have parents who are interfering with the other parent's time sharing and rights to the child. So that's not so much to protect the child per se, it's to protect the relationship between that child and that parent, to prevent the other parent from interfering. That I don't think that's the same.
But Judge, isn't the relationship between a client and their attorney sacrosanct?
That's the second question. The first question, I mean, it's analogous to talking at the restaurant to your lawyer at a volume where someone else can hear. You knew or should have known someone else would hear that. It's today's version of that. If you're texting under circumstances where you knew or should have known, someone else is going to read that.
And that's where I think we differ. I don't think that Collin knew or should have known his mom would be...
It's a really interesting argument, you know. Should Collin have expected his right to privacy, attorney-client privilege, when communicating via text messages on a cell phone that he knew his mother routinely checked? Well, and the state is saying he should have known that, and if he had expected attorney-client privilege, he could have gone and used a payphone where his mother couldn't check, right? And the state is saying, no, he should be allowed his right to privacy, and the fact that she went snooping, you know, I guess she's saying that the evidence shouldn't be allowed to come in.
Reading messages between him and his lawyer. No.
I think that has absolutely been shown in this case that is exactly the type of person that she is. But you're telling me there's a case that says a child just blanket has this right to privacy as against their parent.
Not a blanket right, Judge. We're talking about very specific circumstances where she is the alleged victim in the case, and this lawyer was hired by his grandmother to represent him in a case against his mother. So even if she is someone who looks in his phone now and then, Collin had every right to expect that the communications that were privileged between him and the lawyer that is representing him against his mother, that those would be protected. And I don't know how much more simply I can say it. I think we're making a mockery of the attorney-client privilege if you allow this in, but I understand if that's your ruling. I don't think the state has established the ownership and control to the extent that she could invade, and he should expect that she could invade his...
Well, I'm sort of receding from that because it's occurring to me during this hearing that I think parents have those rights as against their child, even if it's not their property.
And even if she's the victim... So that's like saying...
He's a
But
minor,
that's a double-edged
but
sword.
there's a further complication, Amy, with the case that he was communicating with his lawyer about was against her. So she was the well, I don't know if it was defendant or whatever, but you know what I mean, the other party.
I mean, you have to take this in the context in which it's arisen, which is he lived in a surveillance state with his mother.
Therefore, he doesn't get to have...
No, therefore he gets to walk down the block, take a jog, call his lawyer, or she can't hear it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we obviously disagree. I don't think this is the same as speaking in a loud voice in a public restaurant. I think that there was an expectation of privacy and privilege that the state has not overcome, but I don't think there's much more argument to be made about it. Sorry.
Under the circumstances where we're operating, where he has no right to make a phone call within his home, but his mother also controls all of his assets and all of his belongings, how is he... I mean, we set the hypothetical where he goes on the jog and makes a call, but if we're also conceding that mother has the access to turn off his account, how does he ever get a confidential communication if he's a child? Because he's stuck inside of his home with his mother controlling every aspect of that life, and then we're to say, well, anything he does inside of that home cannot be confidential because he's in the home and he knows that it can't be confidential, then we just become, it's a circle where we're never allowing Mr. Griffith any privacy.
And he would have to rely on his mother to take him to the office of Mr. Ratcliffe.
He couldn't make a call in his room under these circumstances. She had a ring camera in his room, which would be an invasion of privacy.
And I didn't realize that there was a ring camera in his room because I haven't gotten any footage from that.
That would be really awkward, wouldn't it? Mom, can I get a lift to my lawyer so I can go and talk to him about our case against you? Yeah. And we need to stop at Starbucks on the way back. I want another, what do they have? Cake. Some sort of seasonal liquid cake.
I thought we just had the kitchen and the living room. And the doorbell, sorry. It was clear from one of the body camera footage things that it says something you can tell she has a ring doorbell.
So, Mr. Levine, what I'm hearing is I'm looking at this with too narrow of a view that what is a child to do in the circumstance where confidential communications with their lawyer either happen at the whim of the parent or not.
They don't judge. Your decision, and obviously you make the decision, but where you were headed and what you were saying makes complete sense. I haven't said a word over
here. We go.
The more the defense just keeps talking.
He's suck up so much. He's like, oh yeah, no. Your initial decision, where you were heading, that was you should stay with that, Judge. That was great. The one that was in my favor.
Happen at the whim of the parent or not.
They don't judge. Your decision, and obviously you make the decision, but where you were headed and what you were saying makes complete sense. I haven't said a word over here. The more the defense just keeps talking doesn't mean they're making more of a point. You shouldn't change where it appears you were going to, because you're supported by the law, you're supported by the facts, the proffer, the law, and what you've been saying it justifies you allowing.
That's all it is, Amy. It's not coffee anymore. It's just this concoction that's mostly sugar.
To come in, but you're honest at yourself. The first thing, he wasn't held as a prisoner. This guy went out all the time. He could go wherever he wanted to. He had his phone all the time. His mom, despite all these threats, very seldom did she ever cut his phone off or turn off his service. So he could do whatever he wanted to, whenever he wanted to. It's ironic because on the day when he ended up leaving the house, he was too lazy and disrespectful to do some simple chores because he wanted to go take his walk, which is exactly what he did. So he could have done that at any time. Another thing that I didn't mention, but I did mention at the hearing, is that so I think you're spot on. I think the evidence is spot on. My arguments and the evidence as presented would justify you allowing this in. And to do anything to the contrary would seem to go completely against what your gut instinct and the evidence is showing. Furthermore, one of the things I mentioned at the hearing was, it sounds like, the attorney's making the argument for the defendant. And of course, she has the right and she should do that. But what I said about, what I cited some of the case law and some of the propositions are, it's what was the defendant's intention and belief about, if this is one of many things. This is just another thing that would support you allowing this in. But one of the things is, what is the individual's belief or thought process when they're having a conversation with an attorney? And you have to look at that through the individual, not some educated attorney who's been practicing law for decades and legal arguments and things that they're making and how their mind works as a seasoned attorney. But you have to look at it from the defendant, a 16-year-old who's talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind, which is how he killed her. When he's having a conversation with Jeffrey Ratcliffe, he's not sitting there thinking, oh my God, this is definitely going to be protected as the attorney-client privilege. No one's ever going to see that. He could care less about that. What he was thinking was getting information from his attorney and what he might do in the future, which was he would be happy when he had the chance to kill his mom and set it up, just like he did the same thing with his dad. But when he sent that text, I guarantee you, when I would say the evidence supports this, and it's one of the considerations you should make, that Collin Griffith, the 16-year-old or 17-year-old, wasn't even considering the attorney-client privilege and wasn't thinking, this will be protected, nobody will see this. So that just goes to support what Your Honor should do, which is allow that to come in. There's nothing more humanly possible I can do.
Well, you're
under these
asking me to let it in under crime fraud exception.
No,
and we've talked about that.
No, I don't. You've already addressed that.
That is much less clear in this case.
That's not what I'm asking to let it in under, because you've already made that ruling. That should have said a long time ago.
I mean, it is. I cannot say to a level of that you've shown to the required level preliminarily that the crime fraud exception applies based on the context in which this lawyer was representing him and what appears to be, although eerie, and we've all recognized that, appears to be a discussion about what can I do to protect myself.
No, and the way I'm thinking about it, you've already made that ruling last time, so I'm not arguing that today, but what I'm saying is you can and should consider it in terms of when he's making this text to his attorney, he is not thinking, Collin Griffith, the 16 or 17-year-old, is not thinking this will be protected by the attorney-client privilege. I feel safe in doing this. Whereas if Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Henry wrote the same text or a text like that, then their adult, intelligent, educated minds would be thinking about this would be protected. But you have to look at it through the defendant's.
Thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the 3 cups of coffee. Much appreciated, Riding. I can't believe this guy is still going on. The judge is giving him so much practice. Like, I think the judge should just say, okay, I've made my ruling. Sit down, if you can.
Point of view, and the last thing on his mind was the attorney-client privilege.
Thornhill, Mr. Henry.
His argument is essentially, we can't expect a 17-year-old boy to be thinking about attorney-client privilege. We need to protect children less. And watch what the defense is going to say now.
That logic, then we're providing less protection to a child for attorney-client privilege because they're less sophisticated and less smart than an adult. That goes contrary to the law. That goes contrary to how we treat children in this justice system. We give them more protection and we give them more leeway. To say that they're not sophisticated enough for an attorney-client privilege it's wrong.
I'm not persuaded by that, but I mean, I think there's probably a lot of adults that's not what goes through their mind when they're talking to their lawyer, and typically lawyers will tell their clients, what you tell me is confidential, but Mr. Levine,
Limbo Levine.
all right, we're going to take 5 minutes.
All right.
Losing my voice, so just a moment. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both of his lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. You know, there's a bigger question here that I don't know if there's any law on that occurs to me based on the arguments made by the defense, aside from the more specific question of what the defendant knew or should have known. And the question in my mind is, does a parent, in the context of the attorney-client privilege, or just the attorney-client relationship of their child and the child's lawyer, have some obligation to facilitate attorney-client privileged communications? Meaning, yes, let's just assume that he had some expectation of privacy. Well, strike that. You have said, how is he supposed to communicate with his lawyer if mom can take the phone away? I guess my question to you is, does she have to facilitate it? Is that part of my analysis, that children should have a right to use property that their parents would otherwise have every right in the world. I mean, they could bring a locked chest home, and the parent could cut the lock off if you asked me to see what's inside.
If the lawyer's in there and they're trying to communicate.
That's different. Once that relationship has commenced or is in action, the lawyer can prevent that.
Judge, 35
But
pages of text messages with the defendant had no problem communicating. He didn't need any help from anyone over many, many months, kind of proving that he had no problem getting to talk to his attorney or seeing his attorney, and Susan would have taken him there every day of the week.
I think you're missing my question. The communication we're talking about here occurred on a telephone. And so, is that what you're saying, Ms. Thornhill, that I want to get this right, and you're telling me children should be allowed to talk to their lawyers on their phones without having been found to, and imputed knowledge that their parents can get in there and see what they're saying. You're asking me to rule that way.
Yes.
And would that be contrary to the case law that we discussed at the last hearing, and what the court is supposed to analyze in terms of what we've been discussing about?
No one showed me a case about a cell phone and a parent's right to look in there even when and to use otherwise confidential communications. What would be a confidential communication if you were an adult?
No, but as it pertains to the defendant having no thought process that would even be confidential, and the analogy that Your Honor was talking about. A little bit about today, but we talked much more in depth about at the hearing about if you send an email on a company computer, even if it has to do with lawyer-client privilege, and I cited a case, I don't remember the case, but I cited a case.
What's different is that person.
And this is a kid. Oh man, mute button. Anyway, this is a kid who the first thing out of his mouth when the first responders got there was, "I know my rights, I want an attorney." This is not a kid that's unfamiliar with the law. He expects attorney-client privilege, especially from the plaintiff or defendant or whatever it was. No. His thought process, he wouldn't have been thinking about attorney-client privileges. He's a kid.
Is an adult and has other means of communicating. This person's
argument.
Means of communicating with his lawyer was a cell phone.
It wasn't like in the case, Judge. He was at Susan Detman's house all the time. He was using that cell phone as much as he wanted. His mom made a million threats, but never followed through basically on any of them. He's running around and doing his walks. He was not held captive. He had almost like an adult. He could do whatever he wanted to. He had a driver's license. Susan Detman
Not
would take
when
him.
he said that.
All right, fair enough. I didn't remember that. Susan Detman could take him anywhere. Like what I was saying about the 35 pages of text messages, time-wise, like he had his phone and was using it anytime he wanted to. So it wasn't like he didn't have the opportunity. And I don't think that inquiry that Your Honor has talked about most recently changes it one way or another, unless there's some case, which none of us have seen a case that would support what the defense is arguing, case law-wise. So I think I understand that question might be interesting to Your Honor, but that shouldn't change your mind.
He knows he's beat.
I'm
he's
kind of
just
thinking
going through
just
the
the hypothetical
motions.
circumstance. Suppose you have a child who has no other way to talk to their lawyer
But you're not worried about that, 'cause that's not the
other than
situation.
on a cell phone. Well, I think that's the starting point. What do you do in that situation? Does the parent have an obligation to provide a means of confidential communications with their lawyer?
And it's clear that question could be interesting, and it's definitely interesting to you, and I know you want to make the right decision, but that's not the situation that the defendant was in. And when you analyze that thought that you have, but under the defendant's situation, he's not in a situation like a hypothetical teenager might be.
I appreciate that you think I think certain things are interesting but irrelevant. It's more than interesting to me. It is, I think, the fundamental starting point, and then we break it down from there.
Yes, sit down, Bendy.
You can't answer the question, though. Is that correct? Does a parent have an obligation? Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate, not this defendant, just as a matter of general principle, does a parent have an obligation to facilitate confidential communications between their child and their lawyer?
I haven't seen a case that says that, but by the same token, a
parent could do or not do anything they want to. So if they want to be a bad parent and just not help their child in any way, shape, or form, there's no law that I'm aware of that would require a parent to get the child an attorney, or to get the child to an attorney's office, or to help the child in any way, shape, or form. As we've seen with a bunch of deadbeat parents who don't do anything, not in this case, but just in general. A parent could sit back and be completely uninterested in their child's life, and that might not be against the law in the context that you're asking about if they have an obligation or a legal requirement to help their child have confidential talks with their attorney. So I would say no. I don't believe that there is a legal requirement. I certainly haven't seen a case law, and if there's some legal precedent to the contrary, I would learn something new if that was the case.
You've worked in juvenile. I've never sat in juvenile, but do you know? I mean, I know the parents are, I don't want to say parties down there in criminal cases, but they're always called up at the podium. They're always asked questions, and I think the judge has some jurisdiction over them.
Well, it's the duty of the parents to make sure their child gets to court to deal with any criminal charges or delinquency charges. I don't know that any of our judges have ever punished a parent for not bringing their child to court. So I think there is an obligation of a parent to at least not impede, and concurrent with that, not impeding should also be respecting the attorney-client privilege. I think I mentioned this at the hearing. If I'm meeting a client in the lobby of the public defender's office, a child, and I do that all the time, and a parent says, he's a minor, I've got to come in there with them. I explain to them that, no, you don't. Anything that I say to your client, to your child, and the child says to me is confidential and protected. The minute I let a third party into that, it waives the privilege. 99 times out of 100, the parent stays in the lobby, and then that 100th time, I say, then I can't talk to your client. To your child. Sorry, I'm getting client and child mixed up. So I don't see how you can recognize that a child does have the attorney-client privilege, the protections that exist.
Well, that's interesting. In that 100th case, then, you are recognizing some superior right of the parent to say no.
Yeah. Star next to your name for members. And also now, guys, custom icons. Look, there's some banana bread. And there's a soap dog. Fantastic soap.
You're not going to have confidential communications with my child because you say I'm not going to talk to your child.
No, what I say, and it doesn't usually last longer than this one visit, I say I can't talk with your child about the case in the way that I need to be effective with you present. I will
so
be
you're not ceding.
Yeah, Amy, let us know what the juvenile attorney says, and we'll share on our next show.
Just saying we're not going to do this here.
Yeah. And I also explained to them that I will be happy to answer the question.
Look at him now, popping his spine.
That I can answer after I've talked with them privately. I don't know how else other to say it than a child has, well, case law does. I provided that case that talks about children have the attorney-client privilege. It's not superseded by their parents or somebody saying, we need to know where this child is right now. Attorney, tell us where the child is.
I'm not disputing the child doesn't have the right or the privilege. So can you respond to Mr. Levine's suggestion that we're talking about Collin Griffith,
right,
who had other means, had a car.
He didn't have a car at that point.
Had a grandmother.
Who lived in another county.
Who he had a relationship with, though,
Absolutely.
correct? A positive relationship.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if he's got a lawyer who says, I am your lawyer, I work for you, anytime we talk it's confidential because the lawyer also doesn't know that Cathy maybe is intrusive and hacks accounts and things, and assures Collin.
Well, I don't have that evidence of what the lawyer told him.
You don't have a lot of the evidence that Mr. Levine is talking about either, the claims he makes, and yet the privilege exists, and it's their burden to overcome the presumption of that privilege. I don't know how else to answer.
I don't know what else to tell you, Judge. We're right.
Mr. Levine is trying to say that Collin Griffith knew that this was not a privileged conversation, like he specifically did it knowing his mom was going to look at it. I think that's absurd, and he hasn't established that.
I don't know that I would agree under the circumstances I've heard about this relationship that it's he would have no reason to think his mom wouldn't be snooping around. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that, but Mr. Hendry, you've risen. Do you need to be heard?
Just a thought occurs that if we're dealing in these hypotheticals, if there was not this screenshot, if they have Collin's phone, Collin is a child, mother has access to this phone, they've done a Cellbrite download of this phone, well, the message exists on the phone. He doesn't have confidential communications because somebody else has access to that device, couldn't they have just gotten it in without the mom? I mean,
I think there are some cases that talk about that particular circumstance.
But I
think it's what's in the mind of your client that's important in terms of whether he knew or should have known that another person would have access to it.
But if the access was the same, if mom hadn't actually taken that picture, but he knew that she had access to that phone, even if she hadn't taken that screenshot, would that still not be a confidential communication? Are we saying that anything that happens on those devices for children, they can never be confidential?
Well, that's the question I'm asking.
I just don't think that. I think that's an unreasonable position to take in 2025 when the bulk of communication happens not face-to-face. There's nothing that supports the state's position that I'm aware of that a phone cannot be confidential. The only thing that seems to be unique in this case is that somebody took a screenshot of a device and then sent it to a third party who, if we didn't have this warrant, I mean, it's not like these things, it's not like Ms. Bettman's on the stand right now testifying to this. We are using a detective who accessed this through a Cellbrite download and a search warrant.
It wasn't, well, I think it's beside the point, but it wasn't a search warrant, it was a consent to search from Susan Devon herself, but be that here nor there.
But this is still, we are not in a situation where somebody was told something and then that person is on the stand saying, hey, I know this information. This is law enforcement gaining something from a search device. And I think that's different, and I think that this is still, to the extent that the child has, confidential communications, child has a right to privacy, but also there's parents' rights, and it's all kind of murky here. I don't think that this communication has been breached from Collin's perspective. And I don't know that Susan or Cathy have the right to breach that on Collin's behalf without him doing it. And that's the ultimate issue here, is did Collin give up his right by putting this communication on his device? Because he didn't give it to anybody else. Somebody went through that.
The question I have is whether he knew or should have known that it wasn't going to be, whether he knew or should have known others would have access to it, a.k.a. his mother.
That is one of the hugest, of course, inquiries, which we've been talking mostly about. The other thing I mentioned, which I know you said you weren't impressed by, but you still have to consider what was the person's intent when they sent the message from that person's mind. And I would ask yourself, I would ask you to ask yourself, when Collin Griffith sent that text message, was he thinking this is a confidential communication between me and my attorney? And I would submit to you the answer is no. I would submit to you that the other inquiry that we've been talking about, the evidence that I've presented, is evidence to support you ruling this admissible, Your Honor. If your answer is no to the question about whether Collin thought that was a confidential text when he sent it, not now after his damning evidence, and he knows that, oh dang, it's going to be used against him, and his attorneys are obviously bright to know that they don't want this in. It's not how they feel now or how it might look, but when 16-year-old Collin sent a text message, there's no reason that he would be thinking about the attorney-client privilege and that this is protected. So I think those two inquiries are paramount importance in your analysis.
And it's interesting that Mr. Levine talks about how 16-year-old Collin couldn't have been smart enough to figure out that this is a privileged communication when they turn around and also argue that he's got this mock child paperwork that's somehow informing him about how to make this whole grand plan to lure his mother to Auburndale. So I think that's ridiculous. I think you start with the presumption that it's a privileged communication. The state has not overcome its burden to establish that Collin did know or should have known that he was not making a confidential communication because his mother might be able to someday look at it.
All right, Mr. Levine, you're recalling this detective.
Yes.
Do we have to do this today?
No,
because I want to
we don't.
Make sure there's no cases on this issue and would ask a related issue, analogous issue, other than just the general proposition that a child has the right to the attorney-client privilege. I recognize that. But it is, as Mr. Hendry said, murky when you're talking about parents' rights and children's rights. And just the basic reality, I think that kids know their parents can look in their phones.
Can, but should.
But the question is...
Or would a child say, okay, there are certain things that my parents should look at, like my internet activity, things like that, to make sure I'm not communicating with sex predators or buying drugs or things like that. But when Cathy sees that it's between Collin and his lawyer. Why is she looking at that anyway?
Because she realizes that he's going to kill her, and he's talking about how he's going to kill her.
I'm not in any event, you know the issue that concerns me,
Yes.
which is a parent's right. I think it's sort of almost an absolute right of a parent to inspect their children's belongings,
But once again,
and
we added,
the right of a child to communicate confidentially with their lawyer, and those two are intersecting here. And then what a reasonable child would understand under those circumstances when they send a text to their lawyer. You know, I can't believe that question hasn't been presented to a court before.
I did a lot of research before we even came to the hearing on this, and there are, unless I was using search terms that were incorrect, but I used the 90.50 whatever that talks about the attorney-client privilege and the admissibility or inadmissibility of privileged communications. I did attorney-client privilege with child, juvenile, adolescent. I did it with cell phone, electronic device. I mean, I tried everything to come up with something, and the only things I came up with that were even remotely related were cases that I provided at the hearing. But I'll try again.
There must be some other areas where children's rights versus parents' rights intersect in some more general sense that at least can give us an appropriate framework to talk about.
From an impediment standpoint, this comes up a lot in family law, where you have things that are ordered for the child to do, and then one parent says no. And then what does that, at what point does the court get to step in and say that's something that we can do something about? So, I mean, that family court is the only area this really comes up a lot in my
I
opinion.
think we have to be careful of family court because you're really talking about parents not getting along and then having to figure out what's in the best interest of the child. And when parents disagree on things like privacy for their child.
Right.
Because as you say, you and your family, you've decided your kids are going to get a pretty hefty, serving of privacy. My family, they get kind of a moderate serving.
Detective Peter.
Some families, though, I could see taking the position that you don't have a right to privacy in this house at all. I have the right to come in your room, rifle through your drawers, look through your papers, take your phone to the sheriff's office to see what you've been doing. So.
But I think we have an absence of that here. I realize that there are tons of text messages with her saying she's cutting off his service or I'm tracking him. But that's very different from looking through his communications on his
He's
phone.
got a camera in his bedroom, Miss Thornhill. I think that's against that argument.
He's got a camera in his bedroom.
That is the biggest intrusion on his privacy, if you ask me. So when that's your situation at home, and you've got that cell phone and you're texting about putting a knife in your mom's throat, you shouldn't have thought twice about that in terms of, is mom going to see that?
So now we're putting the burden on a child to go above and beyond what anybody else would be required to do to keep their communications with their attorney privilege.
That's my question. Where does the parent's right intersect?
She's got a really good point, right? It's a strong point.
And that's why I asked this question. Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate that? So we're not going to answer it today. I'm going to ask that you save that for when you recall him. I'd like to hear something in the morning, either just point blank, yeah, I stayed up all night and found 0, or see something, and I'm going to research it as well. Because the question in my mind has changed from what it was initially, which initially it was just ownership and control. I really don't think that matters. I think it's just the child's right to inspect. The parent's right as against the child's right.
Yep. And I will also see if
All right.
I will recognize my limits in my research skills.
You have some other line of questioning for the detective for the rest of the day, though?
Well, Judge, and another thing that would go into would be the ring videos, but then those are kind of time-consuming. So I don't know if you want to stop now, but I think logistically it would make sense to stop now.
How much footage is there, time-wise?
It's long.
So more than an hour and 15 minutes?
I just don't remember. I could pop it in and answer that, Your Honor. If you can give me 1 minute, I can pull it up and we'll see.
Yeah, we might get through September 7th, but not September 8th. September 7th is long.
when the attorney walks on 1.25 speed, he looks even more rigid. Than...
Judges, 50 clips.
He must actually have some kind of back
It's
injury.
between 3 seconds and 2 minutes.
I mean, we've spent a lot of time doing this. I'd like to sort of catch up a little bit if it's not going to seriously interfere with how you're presenting your case. I'd like to fill up a little more time this afternoon.
Whatever everyone wants.
All right. Does anyone need just a quick bathroom break, anything like that? Court reporter?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Let's have the tree. Please be seated.
Detective Peters, we're going to next segue to September 7th of 2024. We were talking earlier about the Ring video footage. Has an exhibit been prepared that has dozens of clips from that September 7th date, the last day when the defendant was at home with his mom?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 197 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Please proceed.
And we'll start playing the clips, Detective Peters. If there's any questions that I have as the clips play, I'll let you know. Starting with number 1.
Hold on.
Detective Peters, in clip 1, did it appear the defendant was coming home from his job at Domino's Pizza?
It did.
Clip 2.
What is he having a piss? Was that the defendant having a piss?
We're going to go to clip 3.
What's clip 3 going to be? He takes a shower, uses every towel, and leaves them all wet on the floor for his mother to clean up. The apple of her eye.
Detective Peters, in that clip, did it appear that the defendant was holding a cell phone in a black case?
It appeared so.
Next clip.
Did you not eat your food that I paid good money for? Oh, did you eat it? Okay, good job. Oh, and by the way, I stole your candy. I ate the candy that was in your room, some of it. Not all of it, but those little weird things that are like little half-inch squares. There are a bunch of different colors. They're green and red and yellow and blue. Those ones are pretty good. They said they were sour. They weren't sour at all.
Is that Cathy?
Magic carpets. Magic carpets.
Griffith?
Yes, it is.
longer than ever. I don't think you know how to scout the yard. I think you're like weed whacking it instead of like mowing it. You need to use the weed whacker as a mower, dude. You get that? But I just never gonna happen. Like,
Was that her wanting her son to weed whack the backyard?
It was.
I'm putting your work shoes in the garage. I don't have time to clean them today, so I'm just gonna have to like dust them off or something. I really don't know. But I'll wash them.
Did it appear that his mom would do his laundry and clean his work clothes and shoes?
It appeared so, yes.
Yeah. And clean up all the wet towels that I left on the bathroom floor every day. Yeah. They're all washed by morning and folded with a light dusting of lavender spray.
I've been up since 7:30. I'm reading since 7. I finished one book a month ago. Get the books there. Yes. Hold on, I have to let the dog back in. I can start the laundry sometime soon, but I can't start it until I have closure rain. Yes? Are we canceling Saturday? That's Saturday not starting yet? Yes? Do I need to start the clock back over? What? Hold on, I have to put this stuff away. I'm going to put a bowl on the bottom, which I know is not going to never put a bowl on the bottom. Yeah, it's all right, Griffith. Your mother is here. I can help you.
Is that corner back room where the mom came out of, is that where the laundry room is?
Yeah, so straight ahead appears to be where the laundry room or the room where you can even exit the home.
I'm supposed to use those tests. I want to take 2 of us in here. Turn this side off. Turn this side off.
Did it appear that the mom did a lot of cleaning and laundry?
It did appear that, yeah.
Oh, and I love you, but in case you'd like to know, my fucking ice maker is broken because of you. You put the goddamn ice cream tub up there, the ice cream tub broke that little gold piece off. There's a gold piece broken inside of my freezer that's supposed to stick into the fucking thing. But you put ice cream tubs up there and it knocked it off. I've never put ice cream tubs up by the ice maker.
Man, how great was that? Oh, thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Jackie, for the coffee. You put ice cream in my fucking ice maker. Yeah, the little plastic piece, it broke off.
I'm acting surprised and I speak on fast as well.
I was going to tell you that I'm not going to be on. So you're points?
Yeah.
Listen, I think that my father acted. Okay? So, or would you for $200?
Officers.
Four of them.
What? What do you need? That's going to take it until I go to the hospital. No, never mind. Yeah. Take the guy in our right now. No, he's going to take you back first.
It's not going to take that long.
Stop.
Is it even with this? Yes or no?
No, look, man.
I had dinner for him waiting that I had bought for him at a fucking Mexican restaurant that delivered. And he still decides that this morning when I was like, hey, we need to get this last bookshelf up so I can get everything going. He said, no, Mom, that's just going to fall in somebody's head and kill them. I'm not going to help you do that. And I was like, Collin, I told you for the past week that we were going to get this done. And he was like, no, I need to go on my walk. And now I'm not going to be able to go on my walk because this is going to take 2 hours to get done. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well then maybe you shouldn't have slept in.
Yeah, I need to go on my walk. I need to go on my psycho walk. Yeah. I'm gonna walk real quiet through the bushes and follow people and see if I can be invisible, but really close.
Because I've been up since 7:30. Where have you been? I didn't say that to him. I looked at him and I said, Collin, you know what? You have a great life. The fact that you don't even do your own sheets, you don't even clean your own bathroom, all of the things that I've told him to do for a while, he doesn't fucking do. And he just looks at me, right? And he wants to live on his own. And he's able to. He thinks he's able to live on his own. Mom, I have cockroaches coming into my house because Collin leaves candy and food in his room. Just leaves it in his room. Out. No, and I told him that. I even said, because I showed you how I had everything in those little containers, those glass containers or the plastic ones that seal everything. I said, you can have candy in your room if it's this, because he can't get into that. And then, like, last night, there was an ant on the doorknob, because he hadn't going from the house to the garage on that doorknob. And I could tell, and then I looked, he hadn't closed the back door all the way, the back sliding glass door. And there were ants. He was like, Mom, everybody has ants in their house. I said, Mom, nobody has ants in their house. Nobody has cockroaches in their house. And the first time you see them, you kill them, and then you start spraying their whole house with bug spray. Because once you see one Starbucks with his drink he drank, he was mad that I was making him go with me, like, stand here with me and hold a bookshelf while I mount it to a wall. And he didn't want to stand there and hold it. He said, no, this is going to take 2 or 3 hours. There's not any studs back there. I said, I've already shown you where the studs are. I marked them, Collin. I said, why else do you think I put 1, 2, 3, 4 he went to school, he didn't get his shit figured out with his math class, or with his class I told him to. He was like, no, my computer's going to be here by October 12th. And my professor said it's fine, and I did do the proctorial. And I was like, you can hook up a webcam to that computer. The fact that you haven't figured out how to do that is not my fault. And I'm not going to sit here and do it for you, because I'm not going to do your college work. And so he's mad at me that I'm not doing his college work, but he doesn't want to help with this. I'm not talking to anybody, because I'll just get upset. No, he doesn't. I get zero shit.
No, the state is playing this a cappella, but everything the state does, I think that is working more for the defense.
He has money. He can't. He's 17. They won't give him one. He can buy a prepaid one. He knows how to do that. I love you. Okay, I love you, and I'm telling you right now, I already told Collin. I said, you leave, you do this, I'm cutting everybody off. So I'm changing my phone number. So I'm changing my phone number, I'm cutting everybody else off, because I'm fucking sick and tired of this. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. I try to let him sleep in, try to be the nice mom, try to do everything. I've had my identity stolen, I've had all this shit going on, my own, and he can just fuck himself with his little AT&T phone and figure out what the fuck to do with life. He has a trust fund, he has a lawyer, he can figure that out. What's he gonna do, call DCFS and say that I kicked him out? Okay, fine. He has a car. He has a brand new car he's driving around.
I guess he's got 2 trust funds now. That was useful. what were we supposed to get from that? Why is the jury listening to this? Why are we listening to this? God, what the fuck? There's like literally 10 minutes of that. What's the point? I guess he's going to live with the grandmother, Deb H. The judge is like, okay, sounds like he's going through the spice rack. Just goes on and on. Does anyone know what the point of this is? In there, I've been skipping, but this has been more than 25 minutes of nothing. Yeah, maybe that's what we're listening to. He's repairing the ice machine.
Out. Cathy. Okay. Out. Out. You okay?
Even the judge. As if the jury weren't bored enough already. They're watching people listening to nothing. And no one knows why. This cop looks more like a doorman. You got ID? You got ID?
No. No. No.
Oh, they're trying to make it look like she's a nutter. But the state don't want to do that. They want to make it seem like she's a wonderful mum. Takes him on trips. Gets him Xbox. Just wanted a little bit of help around the house.
Your Honor, I have no further questions regarding the subject matter for today.
Judge, we discussed previously that Detective Peters is going to be coming back, and I will reserve my cross-examination for when he's finished with his direct and total.
There it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end here for today. It's about 4:15. This leaves enough time for your chairs. Thank you for your service today. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please.
So that was the end of day 2. A little dry, a little long, but we had to get through it. You know, I think it's important with this trial. With the verdict, as it, taking into account the verdict, there's even more of a need to understand every element of the case. Got to go through each piece. Each piece. Yeah. Tomorrow, day 3. Is that when the grandmother comes? That's what everyone's looking forward to. Yeah, and then I wonder who the defense will call. Probably the grandmother again. Other people. I guess we'll find out. Join us again on True Crime Metrix for more of this nut job kid. I don't even really know how to summarize what we've just watched. I mean, it's very much the same. It's a bit of a nothing trial. The best thing about the trial for me so far is watching the defense attorney flip things around. She's got some skill. She's spent her whole career trying things and seeing what works. And she's found a few good tricks. Definitely like some of her moves. Yeah, okay, well, we'll be back tomorrow, guys. But for now, we will say good night. Don't be an Adelson. And True Crime Metrix out. And thank you to everybody in chat and the coffee supporters and the super chatters and the moderators and everyone, new subscribers and everyone else. Members, fantastic members. Welcome, members. And good night, members.